Gate 10 Heavy, cross runway 24 left and contact ground point 65 today. 24 left and ground point 65,
Just after 4 p.m. back here in sunny, beautiful Los Angeles, California. Welcome back, everyone, for another awesome evening of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. It's right here on Airline Videos Live. It is the 1st of May, the first day of the month in 2026. I am your Plane Jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. Who's ready for some Nighthawk action coming up a little bit later? We do have some heavy arrivals and departures. Make sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't yet. We do have a Korean Air Cargo 777 now rolling down 25 right. Of course, we see the Korean Air A380 Super flight will be heading back to Seoul later this evening. Let's go to the north side. We do have Cathay and One World Livery on the 777-300ER. The flight coming from Hong Kong. Flight 882 touching down 24 right. Gotcha covered. Both the north and the south side is the Qantas A380 Super is being towed back over there to the Qantas hangar. That was originally Flight 11 coming in from Sydney, Australia. How's off Speedbird, the 777-300ER should be a south side takeoff coming up. Flight heading to London Heathrow, Flight 282. Currently in the alleyway between Terminal 4 and Tom Bradley. So stay tuned. We'll actually see that Qantas A380 Super being brought back to the gates later this evening. Next takeoff here on the south side, Alaska Airlines Flight 698 heading to Seattle is 737-800. Next arrival here on the south side, United Airlines Flight 935 coming in from London Heathrow, 787-9 Dreamliner. Also have Condor back here today in the green striped livery.
Cathay 882 Heavy, cross the people at that whiskey, contact ground point 65. So can I take again 882? Cathay 882 Heavy, cross. We're on way 24 left at whiskey, contact ground 121.65. Anyone contact, okay departure.
So hopefully Condor will be a south side takeoff a bit later. Tater. We do with that Dreamliner heading here to the south side. We'll pick up the shot coming up. Oh, I think we got the ATC on the wrong side. All right, let's take it to the Dreamliner. The Dreamliner coming up from London Heathrow, Flight 935, a 787-9 Dreamliner will be our next arrival here on the south side on 25 left.
LA River for 25 left. American 1167, LA Tower, you're preceded by heavy Dreamliner, crossing turbulence at 4015 for left, clear to land. Clear to land, 25 left, American 1167.
Alright, let me refresh that browser on that camera. Legend Shane with an awesome $550 super chat through Tip Alert. Awesome support from Legend Shane as always. Jane says, have a great evening, Kevin. Thank you so much, Jane. I hope you have a great evening as well. Thank you so much for your amazing, awesome support of the channel. As always, enjoy Nighthawk. Legend Shane. Thank you so much, Shane.
Heavy cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground point 75 as you cross. 25 right at Juliet, ground point 75 as cross. 5 heavy cadet.
It's like South Cam 1 is stuttering. South Cam 2 is fine. They're all fine. It's like losing frames or something. I just hit the reset.
Alaska 698, contact.
All right, that is the Dreamliner that came in from London Heathrow, 787-9 Dreamliner. We'll be heading over there to Terminal 7 here on the south side. Hawaiian Flight 810 coming from Honolulu and that A330-200 marching over to Terminal 6. Briska Corgi with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Briska Corgi. This has been way too long, but I wanted to thank you for an awesome 5th anniversary party. Wasn't it a great time? Glad that you could be there. Thanks for your awesome support. Thanks for tuning in here today. All right, Speedbird now making his way over to 25 right here on the south side. Alvanor with the $5 super chat. Well, maybe it's going to the north side. Alvanor with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Alvanor. Says it's going to be May. No, more like there's going to be more frequent coastal eddies since it's now May gray. Yeah, well, it was kind of May gray this morning, but the sun did come out late this morning. But I get the feeling it's going to get a little bit May grayish as it gets closer to Nighthawk. All right, looks like Speedbird is actually heading up to the north side. We do have an A380 going to be arriving on the north side. Lufthansa Flight 452 coming up from Munich, running almost an hour late here today in that A380 Super. I'll take you to the north side here. Running almost an hour late, should have arrived at 3:15 this afternoon. A380 Super coming up from Munich. Next arrival on the 24 right there on the north side. Beautiful arrival there on the north side. The A380 Super with Qantas still being towed over there to the Qantas hangar. Later this evening, we will see that A380 being brought back to the gates. It's so windy out here today.
Alaska 1331, taxi Hotel Juliet, cross 325 right and contact ground point 75. Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right at Juliet, ground point 75, Alaska 1331.
So that Korean Air A380 Super is flight 11 coming in from Seoul earlier this afternoon, actually within the hour. Victoria Flyer with a super chat. Thanks so much, Victoria. Says, hi, Kevin. Don't forget, Monday is May the 4th. Be with you. I am so happy I'm not going to be live on May the 4th. But may the force be with you always. My friend Joni with the $4 super chat and a cup of coffee. Thank you so much, Joni. Gonna have to stay awake. Been going to bed a little bit early, so this is gonna keep me out here longer than it have been awake this last week. Speaking of this week, we have changed the start time back to what it originally was before I screwed up my arm almost 2 years ago. We started at 8 a.m. Actually, originally we started the Big Sunday show. It was 7 a.m. And then at some point I thought, that's a little too early. So we pushed it to 8 a.m. For the most part, it was 8 a.m. I want to say at least for 3 to 4 years, it was the start of 8 a.m. on Sundays. Well, the good news is we are bringing that start time back starting this Sunday, so you can expect the morning rush here on the south side, or even if we're at the H Hotel on Sundays, 8 a.m. the start time once again for the Big Sunday show. So hopefully you guys will join me 8 a.m. early. Seems like a lot of you guys are happy about that. Excited. A lot of you guys saying in the chat, well, we've been waiting, Kevin. Everyone's talking about Spirit. Is there anything they were saying that they were going to liquidate by Saturday, Spirit Airlines. Of course, we have no Spirit here right now. They were saying at any moment Spirit was going to liquidate and basically just cease operations. But the last report I saw from Chris Van Cleve with CBS was saying that it looks like more than likely Saturday. So Saturday, more than likely, will be the last day. And, you know, the last time that there was word that they were going to shut down, I almost had an inkling to get on one of the flights or at least go into the terminal. The second that they shut down, I would document it, and I don't know. My luck, I could probably get stuck somewhere, so it's probably not a good idea. If I'm going to start the show at 8 a.m. on Sunday, Kevin, the best thing is probably not to get on a Spirit flight on Saturday. So, looking like Saturday might be the end of the line for Spirit Airlines. Saturday 3 a.m. Eastern time is they actually have a time on Saturday. Mateo's gardening service with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Mateo. Mateo says, hi Kevin, my plane did not come yet. I will let you know. And any plans in October to SFO to see the Blue Angels, and you have to show me the Wagyu burger spot. Oh, well, that's easy. The Wagyu burger spot is the Marriott Hotel near Bayfront Park. Yeah, I'm going to try to get up to SFO here in the next 2-3 weeks, maybe a month. I don't know. I got to figure out what I'm doing here. What is windy? It just got really windy in the last, since we've been on the air. All right, that is the Lufthansa King making that turn onto Kilo, and now head to the gates of Tom Bradley. Dominator Slayer. They $5 super chat says, hey, airline video, so hoping you guys will be live on Wednesday because my birthday is on Wednesday, May 6th. We might. I don't know what this coming week is going to have. Tuesday, Fridays are normal time during the week, though I might add an extra show next week. have those notifications set just in case I do add an extra show next week. This week we took you to San Diego. A lot of you guys were happy that we took the show back to San Diego. Some great moments being captured there in San Diego. Of course, the KLM Dreamliner low inches away from my head as it landed there in San Diego. Certainly be a moment we'll all remember. All right. Virgin Flight 8 heading back to London Heathrow, rolling it down to 24 left there on the north side. All right, now we got on the west side of Tom Bradley are two Kings. Lufthansa Queen has already left for the day. Marjorie says she loved San Diego. PC Lawn Party says great San Diego show, including Kevin's Holy Moly. You've had a few planes land kind of low. I think the last time I was there was a Delta A321neo that passed by me pretty low, but that Dreamliner, I didn't actually realize how low it was until it passed me, and then I could see it basically in a better frame. It was really hard, but if you go back and look at my shot, I have a wide-angle lens on that camcorder, and it went all the way out as wide as I could get, and you could see that I couldn't even grab the whole plane. That's how close it was to me. All right, we got Speedbird rolling down to 24 left. Flight heading to London Heathrow, followed by trailing the Virgin Atlantic flight. All right, so two Kings. More heavies on their way in there to the north side. Oh, here we go. Here we got a Spirit flight. Will this be the last Spirit? Did you take this out now? Yeah. It's off. They both say listening.
G'day, American 513.
See the Spirit flight in a second here. We have a couple of heavies heading to the north side. EVA Air Flight 12 coming from Taipei at 777 to 300ER, 2 minutes out. Followed by SAS, the A330 coming from Copenhagen.
Hi, Hotel Juliet, cross runway 25 right for Airways. Return, you have a good day.
United 1190, contact those at departure today. Departure today, United 1190.
Yeah, that is a Spirit A320. Will this be the last Spirit we ever see on AVL? It's kind of sad.
American 1133, late tower, wind 25017, wind 25 left, clear land.
This flight coming in from Vegas, flight 310, a 12-year-old A320. We got those two heavies heading to the north side.
American 3014, LA tower, wind 25017, wind 25 left, clear land.
So we'll head over there to the extension of the west gates. Pull into the gates right over there. Those new extension gates.
1945 LA Tower with 25016, and we should have left, good line.
Alright, let's take you back to the north side. EVA Flight 12, the 777 at 300 yard pivoted from Taipei. Next arrival on 24 right will be followed by SAS, the A330. Also have Swiss Flight 40 coming up from Zurich, also heading to the north side. Back here to the south side, that's Spirit flight coming in from Vegas, 12-year-old A320 pulling into the west gates. The Zane Explorer with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Zane. Says, good afternoon, Kevin. Did you see that Southwest Airlines got a new livery, Independence 1? It's a beautiful plane. Oh, everyone's talking about that plane. Oh, yes, the 1776. Yes, we hope to see it here at LAX in the coming days. Wouldn't it be great to see it on Sunday? The fine folks there at Southwest, they're big fans of us here at AVL, so maybe they know our big Sunday show is on Sunday, so maybe they'll send it our way. Yes, it is beautiful. And they added another Freedom 1, so there are 2 American flag liveries now on their planes. So yeah, we're just adding more and more special liveries to the long list. All right, I'll take you back to the north side. SAS A330-200 coming in from Copenhagen, flight 931. Yesterday, SAS brought in their 80th anniversary livery. We've seen that a few times on our shows.
American 1133, taxi Hotel Juliet, hold short over 25 right.
Hotel Juliet, hold short about 25 right. 1133.
Victoria Flyer back with a super chassis. Does that mean the big Sunday show will be 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.? Yes, it does. A lot of people were asking, Kevin, you're starting early. Does that mean you're going to end early? And the answer is no. I'm officially adding more work for your Plane Jockey Kevin on Sundays. So we'll start at 8, and usually we end around 3:30, 4 p.m. in the afternoon, and we'll keep it that way. So yes, a full day back again on Sundays. And I have a few other special treats that are coming back on Sunday as well. So make sure to tune in at 8. That's a good question, though. I think a lot of people are like, okay, is Kevin being sneaky? Is he going to start at 8 a.m. and then end at 1? No. Full day.
American 1133, crossing 25 at Juliet, contact on 0.7.
Yes. This flight coming in from Puerto Vallarta, flight 1133, 737-800 of American now crossing over. We got Swiss coming in from Zurich, heading to the north side. We'll take it back to the north side here in just a few minutes. Roberts with the $2 super chat. See Roberts says hello. We'll stop by around 6:30. Oh, good. It would be good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well.
And then 1945, approximately 81 is still occupying. Stay on hotel and hold for the hotel.
Eva should be making a right-hand turn onto taxiway Kilo here.
Oh, we'll stay on hotel and hold for hotel matter.
I was talking to Mr. IT. Mr. Avial IT, working on some things. We're always working on things, trying to make things better here on the channel. I don't know if you saw Mr. IT. He was just sitting there. Well, now he's gone back to the office to work on the south side on the 24-hour camps. We were having a little issues with that here today, but he's on it. He's working on it. Always something. That's why you're going to have a full-time IT person on this channel anymore. I think we're the only ones in the world that has a full-time IT. I take it back. He's not full-time, but he works on it almost full-time because it always needs his attention, if that makes any sense. If you guys haven't yet, make sure to feed the beast. Hit that like button. Feed the beast is what we call it, which means hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all up to date. Our next live broadcast will be on Sunday for the Big Sunday Show, now starting at 8 a.m. Pacific. Airlines United 737 MAX 9 coming in from Houston, Texas, flight 9:45. We do have a Southern Airways Express flight 805 coming in from Imperial. Cessna Grand Caravan EX 6 minutes out will be a south side arrival. Another A380 Super on its way in. Asiana flight 204 coming up from Seoul. 15 minutes out will be a north side arrival. Right, Scotty? Technology. Technology. Speaking of technology, I almost did. I love my DoorDash. Didn't love it today. I got smart, for a while there I would do these Friday night shows and then I would get done. I'd get done around 9:30, 10 o'clock. Actually, I don't get out of here until about 10 o'clock. And if there's one thing about LA, the only thing that's open past 10 p.m. here around LAX is In-N-Out Burger. And as much as I like In-N-Out Burger, I just don't know if I want In-N-Out Burger on the Friday nights after doing the show. So I finally get smart. When I ordered DoorDash for lunch, and I never ordered DoorDash for lunch, usually just for dinner, I got smart. I got lunch and dinner from the same place. Well, the DoorDash driver today took almost 40 minutes. He was 40 minutes late with my order, my lunch and my dinner, because he took 3 or 4 more stops, is what they call it, which means he took 3 or more stops, more orders to drop off while he had my food still in the car. And I was not happy with him. I was not happy with DoorDash. Technology. So, of course, the food shows up cold, which is fine, because the dinner I was going to put in the refrigerator anyway. But that's besides the point. 3 or 4 more stops. I said, he showed up. I said, what are you doing? Now, by the way, it was a woman on the DoorDash profile. I think her name is Diana. So when he shows up, I'm thinking, I'm looking for a Diana. And I'm like, well, that's not Diana. It was some man. And I said, how come you took 3 more stops after picking my food? And he said, no speak English. So I couldn't even talk to him. Oh, really? It has something to do with how much you tip the driver? I mean, I get they're trying to make the most of their trips. I get that. But once you pick up someone's food and you take about 40 minutes after you pick it up, I mean, at some point you got to realize that it's going to get cold. Whatever. People are like, first world problems, Kevin. Just go get your own lunch. All right, that is Korean Air Flight 11. Was Flight 11 coming from Seoul, arriving this afternoon, now being pushed back. That will be brought out to the west remote area. We'll see it being brought back here for Flight 12 later in today's broadcast. It's been a queen the last few Fridays. Ducky Pam says, I order it online and pick it up. Takes forever otherwise. Well, that's, you know what, Pam, I think you got a right idea. Why don't I just do that? Friend Shoney back with the $5 Super Chat. Thanks so much, Shoney. Says, be proud. You've come a long way since sitting at the In-N-Out. Guy is something not everyone has. Oh, IT guy is not something everyone has. That is true. I am not quite sure. I mean, some of those big YouTubers, not live streamers, but YouTubers that just produce YouTube videos on a daily basis have a staff of like 10 to 20 people, editors, producers. It's pretty amazing. Captain Steve, you know, the retired captain with American. He just celebrated, I think, 1 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, and he doesn't really do live streams, but he has his makeshift studio, and for his 1 million subscriber special, he kind of pulled back the curtain and kind of showed everyone that works behind the scenes. And I think a lot of people probably thought, well, he was doing it by himself. Well, no, I think his son owns a production company with his son, and they have like 2 editors and producers and this and that. You would think like a YouTuber doesn't have all these people working for the channel, but they do. I mean, it's me and Charlie. Charlie's my editor producer. He's based out of Phoenix. I think he's in the chat here. Hello, Charlie. And then we have our great mods that do so much for the channel as well. But I wish someday, Joni, I could have a whole staff. We're going to have a staff meeting. Oh, I can't wait until I can do that. Staff meeting in the kitchen. Friend Val with the $5 super chat. Good to see you, Val. Says Cap, that's why I use Grubhub instead of DoorDash. Plus, I found out DoorDash charges more. What a ripoff. You know what? I think after today, I think I'm gonna look at some other apps. Maybe I'll use Grubhub. Thanks for that suggestion. I wrote a little note to DoorDash because they can just look at my profile and say, well, he does use us a lot, and the reason why I use DoorDash is because T-Mobile, if you have a T-Mobile, I think a Magenta account, T-Mobile gives you like a discount. It actually wipes away a lot of those DoorDash fees, so I save a lot of money because of T-Mobile. I don't know if I would have that same savings if I went over to Grubhub. But anyway, I did write DoorDash, and I said, listen, I love you, but some of your dashers are going to kill you. So you got to do a better job of doing that, because I think some of these dashers are taking advantage of their system a little much. It's life. It happens. Boy, this airport is slow. By the way, no Emirates. You see, no Emirates? Today Emirates was supposed to be back here at LAX. Well, it got as far as Munich, there in Germany. It is not arriving today. The flight has been postponed till tomorrow. What we're hearing are possibly mechanical issues. Not a great first start for Emirates being back here at LAX. So hopefully we'll see it on Sunday's show. KLM bringing in the 777-200ER. We're in the KLM Asia livery, heading up there for a north side takeoff. Mac for you, gifting a 10 Airline and Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Mac, for you. Thank you, Matt, for you. We do have Avianca Cargo in a green livery heading to Guadalajara. Converted A330-300, flight 7089, going to be taken off here on the south side shortly. Also, United Airlines flight 1623 heading to Reno, a 737-800. Next takeoff on the 25 right.
United 1623-25017, our nav doctor, room 25 right at Foxtrot, please take up.
Asiana Flight 204 coming from Seoul, the A380 Super, just almost over downtown Los Angeles. Allison, can you do me a favor? Attention, Allison. Can you hit the controller reset for the south side? Seems to be acting all goofy. Skeeter 26 with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Skeeter. Says if you have Amazon Prime, you get Grubhub benefits. Oh, I do have that. It's been a better experience for me than Uber Eats, DoorDash, etc. Oh, I do have I almost want to say Arizona Prime, Amazon Prime. I'll have to look into that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. You guys are such a help. Let me tell you. Air Canada Airbus A220-300 arriving there on the north side. Next arrival on the north side, JetBlue Flight 723 coming up from JFK, the A321 Neo. We followed by that Asiana A380 Super, French BA Flight 730 coming up from Paris Orly, A350-900, just 14 minutes out. Coming on in from the east.
Docker is the first RNAV waypoint.
Next thing off, Air Canada Flight 792 heading to Toronto with 737 to MAX 8. Still waiting on the Avianca A330. How's everyone doing? 1.2 thousand of you guys watching.
United 2413 LA Jackson, Corvette at Foxtrot, line of police.
All right, let's take it to the north side for the JetBlue A321. Again, this flight 723 coming up from JFK. It's a one-year-old A321 Neo. Back to the north side here shortly is the Asiana A380 Super is the next arrival on 2-4 right. See, work continues on to Terminal 4. Terminal 4 still under construction. Of course, there has been no work. Looks like some dirt has been moved around on Terminal 5. Now, we had gotten word a long time ago that they were going to build the new 5 off-site. It was going to be just like what they did with the Westgates. The mobile units being made off of Westchester and then brought over to its final place in the middle of the night, if you guys remember that. Apparently that's what they're going to do with that, but I was going for a walk yesterday along Westchester. I don't see any building going on. Starting to think none of this is going to get ready for the Olympics. I mean, how long? It's been years, hasn't it, since they've been building Terminal 4? I mean, the newer part of 4 is, been done, what, the last year? I don't know. I wish them luck. I There's so much to get done. All right, let's take it back to the north side. Asiana, A380 Superflight 204 coming up from Seoul. Next arrival on 24 right. To Lisbon, and we'll see if it heads up there for north side at takeoff or makes a left-hand turn onto taxiway Delta and then continues back here to the south side. Salisbury becoming a gold member once again. Thank you.
United, Emirates 642, taxi Hotel Juliet, crossway 25 right, and contact ground on 0.75.
Hotel Juliet, cross runway 25 right, and contact ground on Mexico 642.
United 1700, contact SoCal Point.
Just had an Air Mexico 737 MAX 8 coming from Mexico City, just touching down here on the south side.
Wind 250 at 15 from a 25 left to the wind.
25 left to the wind, yeah, 1199.
All right, we should be seeing that Avianca Cargo converted A330 heading out to the 25s. Next takeoff is Southern Airways Express Flight 806 heading to Imperial in the Cessna Grand Caravan. Air Premia, the Dreamliner coming from Seoul, Flight 103, 9 minutes out. Looks like a north side arrival. Looks like French B is actually heading here to the south side.
Runway 806, wind 250 at 15 from a 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff, minus 3 degrees. 5547, LA time 25 right at Foxtrot, on the way.
So did you guys all have a good week?
There was the 3360, couple of 3360, the late tower, wind 250 at 15.
Vince asking about the jittery tracking of the 24-hour cams. That is, it's gotten better through the year. It was really bad on the south side when you first installed that. Some updates from the manufacturer have improved that. There's still a little bit, it's getting better, slowly. I'm not quite sure if we'll ever have no jitteriness. It would be nice, but we'll see. We're going to be upgrading everything to version 2 this year. Oh, is it a full moon tonight? I hear it rises about 8:30. I wonder if it will rise over the San Gabriel Mountains. It's a little hazy today, so hopefully some of this haze burns off around 8 o'clock. Trentarian with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Terry. It's Friday night at the airport with Kevin. Thanks. Well, you're welcome, Terry. Hope you're having a good evening there in West Michigan.
719er Alpha, return to provide a call.
All right, Asiana Flight 204, the A3D Super. Still got one more Super on its way in. That would be British Airways Flight 269, coming from London Heathrow. Arizona Rail says, had a good week. That's good. Michael says, this week has been an adventure. Yeah, I hear ya. Let's go to our next arrival, E-Jet, United Express, SkyWest. That just took off heading to Phoenix, Arizona. United Express, SkyWest, flight 5547. Next takeoff, another E-Jet, American Eagle, SkyWest, flight 6283, heading to Houston, Texas. Should be seeing that A330 cargo taking off here shortly on the south side.
There was a 5547 contact, SoCal departure.
So Edward is saying the odds are good that the last Spirit flight of all of them will arrive at LAX at 9:55. Most of the Eastern flights in the U.S. will have landed by then. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? I might have to stay on the air a little bit longer. Can you imagine if we catch the very last Spirit flight could be arriving here to LAX? We'll keep an eye on that one.
There was 719 Alpha contact, SoCal departure.
Next takeoff here on the south side, American Airlines flight 635 heading to Indianapolis, Indiana, 737-800. All right, we do have Condor, the green stripe livery, pushing back the A330 Neo. Looks like TAP Air Portugal making a turn on the Echo. We'll head up to the north side as Asiana makes that final turn, now heading into the gates of Tom Bradley. Oh, really? Larry at the Game Boy says that flight is in the Rainbow Skittles livery. Boy, oh boy. So this Spirit flight in the yellow is... is the one that's already here. Might be the last yellow Spirit flight.
So for 472, taxi Hotel Juliet, cross 325 right and contact ground 1.75.
Hotel Juliet, cross 125 right, 0.30 miles, other side, for
We do have the French A350 900 coming up from Paris Orly, our next heavy arrival here on the south side.
India, Delta, Elliot, 299er, 900.
unfortunately, we can't take it to our 24-hour cams here on the south side. We can take it on the north side. The south side's down for the moment. As we would say, the south side 24-hour cams have had the flu all day. Just a bug. We'll get it worked out. Get it out of its system.
Heavy exit right, hotel 6, turn left on hotel, then hold short of hotel liner.
I think the last time we were here 2 weeks ago Friday, I think French B went to the north side for takeoff. We'll hold for a south side to take off for the French B as it will return back to Paris.
15 and I turn to 25 right at
Let's take it back to the north side. We do have a corporate shot next arrival on 24 right. All right, a couple more heavies heading to the north side. Level. This French B makes its way over there to the west gates.
5 miles intro, heavy over 330, wind 26015, runway 25 left to the line.
95 left to the line,
Side at level. A330-200 coming in from Barcelona, flight 2623. We'll be followed by Air Premia, the Dreamliner. French B making its way over there to the west gates. We also had a Delta A330, the flight coming in from JFK, also touching down here on the south side. Air Premia, the Dreamliner coming in from Seoul, next arrival. The Dreamliner coming from Seoul, flight 103, Air Premia. That officially takes us to the top of the hour. Just after 5 p.m. here in a windy but beautiful sunny Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of the LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is right here on Airline Videos Live. It is May 1st, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. Thanks, you guys, for spending your evening with me here. Nighthawk. Yeah, about 2.5 hours away. Until then, sit back, relax. I got you covered. Alright, Condor, they're on taxiway Lima. Looks like Condor heading to the north side.
United 1284, traffic will be crossing downfield, waiting on some traffic from the north side, from 25 right at Foxtrot, line of away.
25 right at Foxtrot.
If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the beast as we call it. Subscribe to our channel. You know, we have 2 channels here on Avial, which you're watching this main show on here today. And then we also have a second channel called Airline Videos Live Plus. That is where you can find our 24 hours a day, 7 days a week live feeds from high top the H Hotel here at LAX, as well as their behind the scenes feed happens on Sunday. Sunday you'll find that feed on AVL Plus. Make sure to subscribe to both channels for all your aviation coverage here in the Southland. All right, the French BA making that turn heading into the west gates.
It's 2191 LA Tower, wind 25015, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Stay in on that Avianca A330 here on the south side. Next takeoff on 25 right is United Airlines with 1284 heading to Seattle in A320. Looks like Condor made that turn onto Echo. I guess they're not going to give us any Southside heavies at this time of the day. Though that will change. Don't worry, that usually changes. Good to see Condor back here at LAX. The second British Airways 777 of the day heading back to London Heathrow, now pushed back there in the alleyway between the Terminal 4 and the Tom Bradley.
Airline 789, I'm just trying to get enough space on final to get you to the other side. So after 614, wind 25016 on F Dock, runway 25 at Foxtrot, just take up. Right at Foxtrot.
Sun Country coming up from Minneapolis, 737-800. Of course, we won't be seeing much of this livery coming soon as well. So far, this broadcast might be in the record books, the history books, I should say, as Sun Country as well as Spirit, both on their way out, as Allegiant has purchased Sun Country. It sounds like the merger is going to happen. It's not really a special livery. This is a WestJet plane. Sunwing. You see it usually during the summertime. It's a 737-800, a WestJet flight. I don't think we've seen it yet this year. Kind of the same thing as like Swoop. There it is. 124. It's a 10-year-old 737-800. We do have a United Dreamliner coming in from Shanghai, flight 199 at 3 minutes out. The north side arrival.
Airline 25 left, has 4783.
You can hear the level A330 making its way over to Tom Bradley.
And hold short to 25 right at Juliet.
Also have a heavy departure coming up here from the south side. United Airlines flight 1070 heading to Honolulu. A 777-200. If you guys are asking about the Emirates, Emirates never made it. They tried. They got stuck in Munich. What we're hearing is mechanical issues. I believe it's going to be arriving tomorrow. So Emirates comeback here at LAX, not successful here today. Yeah, it's a little hazy here today. Hazy and windy. A Condor. You can take it off there on the north side. See if we can take our north side. Takes a second for it to catch up. Here we go. Condor heading back to Frankfurt. And then A330 Neo. United Dreamliner up next for arrival. Flight coming in from Shanghai, flight 199. We got Virgin, the 787-9 Dreamliner, flight 141, coming from London Heathrow up next. As we wait for British Airways, we'll see if it stays here on the south side. That first one made its way up to the north side.
United 1190 heavy LA Tower with 25, or United 1170 heavy LA Tower with 25 at a final point. United 1221 contact close departure. United 7089 heavy at Foxtrot, Osman 25 left, hold short of runway 25 right.
Alright, the United 777 heading to Honolulu, number 2 for takeoff here on the south side. Let's go to a little corporate shot.
141 heavy, continue down the runway exit at Hotel Liner.
go. Virgin Flight 141 coming from London Heathrow, the 787-9 Dreamliner.
The 1352 contact, still kind of departure.
I got it, 402.
United 2679, LA Tower to verify, will you be ready?
We are ready.
United 2679, move to right turn and hold short of the 25 right at Fox Trot.
Looks like a level is still over there on Kilo, waiting to pull into the gates.
American 1775 is able to try to make code south.
All right, got that United 777 now rolling down the 25 right, the Aviation cargo, A330 crossing over 25 left. We'll be taking off 25 right. And our legend chain gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Awesome support from Legend Chain. Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome support. We can't thank you enough. Let's see those Legend Chain emojis there in the chat. Thank you so much, Shane. All right, we got that Aviation cargo converted to A330-300. Now starting its roll down to 25 right. Looks like the second British Airways flight is going to stay with us here for Southside takeoff. Virgin continues to cross over 25 right. We're headed to Tom Bradley. Level still waiting. They're on the taxiway Kilo. Next arrival on the north side is Thrive, flight 685, coming up from Jackson Hole. Assess the citation. 2 minutes out. Next takeoff here at the south side, United Airlines flight 2679 heading to Vegas, 737-900ER. Followed by United A321 Neo heading to Chicago O'Hare. Bringing over the American 777-300ER. This flight will be used for the London Heathrow flight.
Yeah, 234 late time, 25 right at Foxtrot, line of wing.
25 right at Foxtrot, line of wing, 234.
Virgin still, I'm not quite sure what Virgin is doing. All right, let's take it to the north side. Got that Thrive Cessna coming in from Jackson Hole.
Delta 1517 exit Hotel 6 and hold short of runway 25 headed Julia.
Actually, I'm short of the flight line Julia Delta.
Virgin is starting its taxi once again. As Virgin usually heads up to the north side of Tom at Bradley, we'll make a right-hand turn here shortly.
Delta 1517, stay on hotel and go down a tip.
All right, we got that United A321 Neo up next, heading to Chicago O'Hare.
1399, Boston 25 right hand,
Second Dr. 3201.
American 3201, Hotel 6, and left on hotel.
No, like what's the hotel, like 3201.
British Airways 280 heading to London Heathrow, the 777 300ER. Next heavy takeoff here on the south side is leveled at A330 coming from Barcelona, still sitting there on taxiway Kilo. Should be heading in. Well, I believe it should be heading into the gates at the west gates, unless they've changed where level heads off to.
Red 244 right there, Oxford, Airlines, 7777 was plugged inboard, 12517, and 25 left. 25 left.
Michael Fontana with this $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Michael. This is Evening Kevin. Happy May 1st. Things always get better. They certainly do, don't they? Michael, thank you so much. Appreciate that. By the way, fresh from the print shop, your official Plane Jockey Kevin flyer. If anybody want one, just come by and say, hey, I want your flyer before they fly away.
32 East Foxtrot Heavy, wing 26017 on F Doctor.
All right, British Airways up next. Lining up 25 right.
American 1203, late back on Torture, we 25 at Foxtrot.
You can hear the A330. That's what you hear.
2079.
Sounds like a vacuum cleaner.
Hotel and hold short of runway 25 at Juliet.
All right, British Airways, the 777 at 300ER, the second flight of the day. First one went to the north side for takeoff. This one staying here on the south side, rolling down to 25 at right.
Foxtrot Heavy, contact with
That is that Dreamliner that came in from London Heathrow. Still making its way over there to Terminal 7 here on the south side.
That is 244. Make the left turn on South Street West.
All right, level, getting closer. I'm not quite sure where level is heading to.
American 1203, 1260 at 15.
Next takeoff here on the south side. American Airlines 1203 heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Have a special livery, Sun Country Airlines and the Minnesota Gophers livery coming in from Kona. 737-800, 6 minutes out. It looks like a south side arrival.
Yeah, 475 LA Tower, wind 25015, runway 25 left, good wind.
25 left, clear to land, 1275.
Getting closer to bringing that 777 into the gates there at Terminal 4. That should be the 777 they'll use for the London Heathrow flight. American flight coming from Indianapolis, Indiana, 737-800. Valaris behind it, A320 coming from Tibet, flight 79 at 64.
Alright, cross 25 right golf, and up with
American 1203, contact us at a box.
Mons, how are we looking video-wise? Are we stuttering? Are we 5x5? Are we 4x4? Are we 2x2? Are we upside down? Charlie, how's that trailer coming along? Five by 5, Speedster D, thank you. Charlie says it looks good. Sue says 5x5. All right, good. Excellent. Thanks, you guys. So Charlie, who's in the chat, modding, helping us mod here today. Charlie's working on a new trailer. Those are the videos that play before our live stream starts. Should be very interesting. I'm looking forward to it. All right, let me readjust this camera. I don't know what it's doing here. Level still sitting there on Kilo. I'm not really quite sure what's going on with the fire truck. Nothing, doesn't look like anything too serious. Just kind of making its rounds. Now over there near Terminal 7. did you see that thing about British Airways announcing this week that they are no longer going to allow you? I don't know why this is so. It's bright. All right, it will fix itself at some point here. British Airways coming out this week. A new rule. You know, when you buy your plane ticket, there's a set of rules that you agree to, and they say no more filming of passengers or the flight crew. If you are caught filming the passengers or the flight crew, you will be kicked off the plane. How's that? How's that? That's the comeback for you. How is that? How do you guys feel about that? I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, and there's reasons why. I don't know. I don't agree with it. But at the same time, a lot of people are like, oh, finally they have a set of rules. Gosh, those cameras are filming everything. Well, yeah, maybe it's gotten a little out of control, but I don't like censorship, but basically you're censoring people, and I don't like that. I don't like that. There's a very thin line there. Very thin. Level now making that turn on to taxiway Lima. The ANA Star Alliance Dreamliner pushing back. I mean, when we didn't really film too much on the planes, but when I did, I always felt like I was getting given an evil eye. Either the flight crew really liked what was going on. There were certain airlines that we flew on. Certainly United and Hawaiian did not like the cameras. Those are the two that did not like the cameras. And I think Delta always went with the flow. I never had an issue with the Delta flight crews. And the crews at JetBlue were always great. It was just United and Hawaiian. I believe those are the only two that ever gave us issues. I don't know. In the world, everyone's got a cell phone. Everyone's recording this, that. Good luck to you enforcing that. I don't know how they're going to do that. Human resource. When it comes to, here's another thing, and the airlines have to be very careful with this because it becomes an issue with your crews as well. And what I'm saying is when you implement laws like that now on your crews and they have to uphold those, you're putting your flight crews in a more stressful situation. Now they can basically kick people off the plane if they're filming them or anybody on the plane that didn't agree to them. And I think that just puts your crews in just a difficult situation. It's going to cause, we already see enough. I mean, there's already enough video. In fact, I was talking to Chris Van Cleve with CBS News yesterday because he had posted a video about, I think the one he posted was about someone that refusing to put their, I don't know, they were refusing to put something away, but there's been so many videos out recently. I thought it was the video about the guy that opened up the emergency door, which happened the day before. There's so many incidents going on planes anymore. I said, Chris, what's the deal? He said, just because there's more cell phones out there. I don't know if I agree with him on that, but back to my main point is when you put laws and rules into that and the flight crew feels like they have to uphold those, they're just going to put themselves in more situations, more stress. You're putting more stress on your crews. I think, again, there's a fine line between common sense and whatnot, and I think by doing that, I think you're creating more trauma than your crews probably want to deal with. They say you can still videotape yourself, just don't get anybody next to you. Well, they're in public, I will say that. But you can take video, photos of your food. The shots outside the plane. I say, you know what? Don't even bother videotaping on the plane anymore. If you've got crews that are going to be that sensitive about it, you best just to avoid it altogether. I think that's going to be my rule moving forward. I'm just not going to do it. I think people need to understand. And I think, yes, it's a little bit different when you're on an airplane. I get it. It's not... There is a very fine line there because technically the second you leave your house, you're in the public view, which means anybody inside that airport can take videos and photos of you because you're in the public space. That's just the way the law works. Now, the airline, because it's private property, they can have those rules and they have every right to do that. But still, technically, that is not your house. That is not your house. So now the crews, I think the airline can say, well, you can't video our crews. Well, I mean, that's their business, I guess. That's their airplane. But when it comes to passengers on the plane, they're still out in the public. So, again, I think there's a very fine line with all this. I think you're just going to create more drama for your flight crews by implementing these laws. I think we already have enough people losing it on the planes already. The video, the guy, did you see that video? The guy in the front galley, I think it was on a Delta flight. You know, they were delayed because of weather getting out of Atlanta, and he was upset. And he wanted to go back to the gate. And they said, sir, no, we can't go back to the gate. So then he gave him, I think he was talking to the captain on the phone. Now, by the way, the pilots will not leave the flight deck when there's something like that going on inside the cabin. They will stay inside the cabin with the locked door because they don't know if this is a setup for something bigger. So I think he was talking to the captain or the co-pilot on the phone saying, I want to get off the plane. And when they said no, he handed the phone back to the flight crew and then opened up the door. And of course, the second he opened the door, the flight crew ran to the door. He's in major big trouble for that, obviously. But I'm just saying, we got enough drama going on already. Enough. All right, ANA heading up there for north side takeoff. The flight heading back to Tokyo Haneda. Ahoy cruises and planes says the crews won't bother enforcing it. You think? I don't know. I guess it all depends on the flight crew. I think I told Chris Van Cleve, I'm like, since when did flying on an airplane give you a front row seat at the Jerry Springer show? When did this all start happening? That's what he said. It's probably just a bunch of more cell phones. I don't know if I believe that. I think people are just losing it on the planes. And if it's not in the planes, it's at the, the check-in counter. I don't know.
I will take the reverse then.
Ontario says is a private. When you purchase a ticket on an airplane, does it automatically become private? I don't think technically it does not. You're on private property. It's kind of like when you go into a parking garage. A private parking garage, you're still in the public. Friend Brian Henry, 777 with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Brian. Says, yay, Nighthawk. Kevin is warmer there than here, only by 5 degrees, though. You going to come to DFW to catch Royal Jordanian inaugural flight this month? Brian, good to see you. Yeah, I did talk to Walt Runway at DFW yesterday. I did talk to Walt, and I threw out some ideas about coming there this month. Yes, 1st of May. So I haven't. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I went and looked at airfare for. Hold on one second. I'll get back to that. It's AVX Air converted 767 taking off. As the flight heading to Phoenix, flight 105, a 31-year-old converted 767 to 300 ER. More heavies on their way. All right, so what I was talking about is I looked at airfare for Dallas, Chicago, and New York. My jaw was on the ground when I looked at airfare for New York. New York is out of control. It's out of control. It's very expensive. Very expensive. Chicago? Now, Chicago wasn't too bad. Now, I have some flight credits with United that I think will get us to Chicago no problem. Dallas, which is a really, it's a 2.5-hour flight from LA. It's expensive. It's almost as expensive as going to New York at this point. I don't understand. So Brian, I guess what I'm trying to say is I have talked to Walt. We have something kind of outlined possibly for this month, but I have not made a decision on it yet. And the reason why I have not made the decision is it's expensive. And you know me, I do not like to waste the money. And I'm not saying that going to these locations is a waste of money. It certainly is not. But you're talking about airfare that is doubled, if not tripled, what it was this time last year. We all know why. We understand what's going on in the world. I'm just cautious about spending that much money on these trips at this point. That's all. I don't like to, again, I don't want to use the word waste. It's not wasting the money, but it's not a great use of funds that you guys support the channel with. So we can go a couple of days in Dallas. And I want to meet you guys in Dallas. I'm not saying that, but I'm not sold on, I'll be honest with you, going anywhere at this point. Airfare is completely ridiculous, and it's only getting worse by the day. So my mindset right now is think it over a little bit more, Kevin. Think it over. That's where my mind is.
2377, LA 727 Foxtrot, right away.
Road trip. I don't know. Gas for the car is almost just as expensive as the ticket. And I heard someone on Twitter X today saying that United is raising the first bag fee to $100. And then, of course, United and Delta are coming out and saying, we're never. And this is what gets me about the aviation industry. These CEOs always say, we're never this, never that. It never is never. United and Delta CEO saying that we're raising the ticket prices, and even if gas price comes back to where it should be, your ticket price for your airfare is never going back to what it was. I laugh at that. I do laugh at that because I don't believe that one bit. You know who in the end has the say in that is us, the travelers. Delta and United can sit there and say, we're never going to raise our prices, or we're never going to lower our price ever again. Well, don't do it. No one's going to fly you, and you're going to be out of business. So in the end, the consumer always wins. So you can sit there and say, you're not going to lower the plane ticket. Well, I got news for you. You're going to have to at some point. That's called a business 101. I'm sure those CEOs know that all too well. Who remembers after I think it was either during the pandemic or right after the pandemic, I think a bunch of airline CEOs came out and said, well, the business traveler is no more. There is no business traveler. That now they can use Zoom and they can do all that, and business traveling is never going to get back to what it was. And that was never the case. You know, they come out with these things. I don't know why, but it's never the case. And I don't know. I don't know how they can get away with saying all this stuff. I guess in the end, the consumer always wins anyway. KMTX 78 with the $2 super chat. Nighthawk. It's coming up. All right, we do have a heavy arriving on the north side.
L7 Alpha to park with you, biz. 5 minutes.
All right, back to the north side. United Flights 3037 coming from Shanghai, 787-9 Dreamliner, next arrival. Looking like a north side arrival, flight 69 coming up from Dublin, the A330-300, 9 minutes out. You guys were asking about SFO. Now, I'd like to get up there this month. SFO. Now, we just threw San Diego back into the mix this past Tuesday. A lot of you guys like San Diego, so we'll be heading back down to San Diego. Phoenix is pretty much done for the year until at least the fall, winter time. Certainly, SFO is still on our list to get up there. If we don't end up going to Dallas, which is about 50-50 at this point, then I will head up to SFO later this month. So, a lot on the board still. When are you going to SFO, Santa Monica? You know, I keep on forgetting to go over there. Maybe I should. You guys all excited about SFO? Yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about you're canceling or rethinking your travel plans this summer. It's going to be interesting. I mean, we are in May now, and this airport is very slow for this time of the year. You guys want Ontario? Yeah, we got to reach back out to Ontario. We were going to go out there. When was that? December of last year? Little Red with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Little Red. Says hi, Kevin. How do you decide where you'll host the day's LAX show from? Enjoy the sunshine. It's rainy and cold here in Michigan. Well, we could do Nighthawk up there high top the Hotel. We were there on Sunday for the big Sunday show, so I try to mix it up. Of course, we could have done the parking garage as well, but I mix it up. You guys like the Nighthawk on Fridays here at Imperial Hill. There's kind of a nice vibe here on a Friday. Kind of quiet here today, but I just kind of go from, okay, we were at that location a couple of days ago or a few days ago, so let's mix it up. Though I will be here in just a few days for the big Sunday show, but I'm not at the location where I'm going to be on Sunday. On Sunday, I'll be down a little bit further, so at least I mixed it up a little bit here today by using a different location here at Imperial Hill. So I try to mix it up the best I can. And now here comes the comments. When you go on to Plane Spotter Paradise, Kevin? I'm ready to go there. I'm ready to go there. In fact, I bought a new cart because I know the current cart that I have is not going to make it all the way to Plane Spotter Paradise. So I bought a new cart because I knew you guys would want me to go to Plane Spotter Paradise soon. It's the United Dreamliner could be from Shanghai. That's making its way over to Terminal 7.
Picking the 559 RNS to Docker with 25016, runway 25 right at Foxtrot 6, take off.
GE with the $2 super chat says, you are correct. Never say never. Stay in LA and save the money. You know, that's where my head is sad, but I gotta tell you what, GE, I wanna get out of LA. I wanna go somewhere. Trust me, I wanna go somewhere. I really do. I wanna travel. I haven't been on the plane in a while, so I do wanna get out, but I also have a lot of common sense knowing that you should not spend that kind of money. If the plane ticket is 2-3 times what it should be, that is not spending money wisely. That all of you, and I say that again, all of you at home help support this channel. So it's your money. I want to spend it wisely. So if you guys don't mind me staying here in the Southland this spring and summer, aka we will certainly go to SFO, San Diego, LA. We'll try to find some other places we can road trip. That doesn't mean that we won't go anywhere. Like I said, Chicago is an option because we do have some credits we got to use with United by October. So I think Chicago is going to be all right. I'm going to keep on looking at New York because I want to go, obviously I want to go to New York. Jane, we got to come out and see you in New York. So don't worry, I'll keep on looking, and once I find a good deal, we'll book something. But as it is right now, yeah, it just makes my jaw drop.
That's 23 LA Tower, runway 25 left, cleared to land.
Also want to give you guys the Nightcast. The Nightcast. We got that coming up.
Air Canada 559, contact with that approach.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's interesting. Taxiway Lima brings up an interesting thing as well. You know, we're five years into this channel, and, you know, we were the first. We were the first aviation live stream here at an airport here in the U.S. 5 years ago. Since then, the floodgates have come open. There are live streamers in almost every city around the world. Now, I get that you kind of want the AVL flair wherever we go. I understand that, but if you want to check on an airport, there are live streamers at almost every single airport here in the U.S. and around the world. And a lot has changed in the last 5 years, so it's not as important for us to, I don't know, get everywhere. Now I get it. You want to see me. You want me to come out with the goodie bags and whatnot, and you want to meet the plane jockey. I get that, and it just might have to wait. I have to wait until these tickets get a little better. Victoria Flyer back with a super chat. Says flights from Melbourne, Australia to Los Angeles for a week, 2.7 thousand. That does not include travel insurance or hotels. And let me guess, is that just for economy? I believe it is. I mean, Jerry, Netherland Pixel, he was looking at flights to Tokyo, and I think he said it was about $2,000-3,000 for economy and ANA. And I think that turned him off. $2,000-3,000 for economy.
233 ready, 25 ready, Foxtrot line at the way. 1419, taxi, hotel.
You know, I mean, this is the economics of all this. You know, if we don't travel and other people don't travel, the airline industry suffers, right? If we find it too expensive and their expenses are too high, then they're going to start cutting flights. They're going to start cutting aircraft. They're going to cut this. They're going to cut that. We don't want to see that, right? We're not for everything that's going on here. I mean, it affects us. It affects the airlines. We don't like seeing that. I hate to say that I don't want to travel because I don't want to spend the money, but the airline is not. They're not gouging us. They got to cover their high costs of the fuel, and we get it. We're not putting blame on them, but that's just the economics of the whole thing. Is it's too expensive to fly, and they have too big of expenses, and so it's gonna hurt the aviation industry. It already is. I mean, we're about to lose Spirit Airlines here in the next 12 hours. So it's getting real. It's getting real. But the great thing is, we've been through times like this before in this country, many, many times. We'll get through it. We certainly will. We'll get through it. Don't worry. Aer Lingus. Oops. Kevin's over here just talking, blabbing too much, which is Mr. Aer Lingus on the north side. All right, I apologize.
Jedi 1, LA Tower, leave across from right beside right, hold short on the right beside left. Runway 25 right to Bay Lima, hold 25 left, right to the 1. Skyway 3023, taxi via...
All right, we do have a couple of heavies pushing back. That includes Hawaiian, Flight 809 heading to Honolulu, also American and Dreamliner.
United 233, contact hotel approach.
Flight heading to London Heathrow, Flight 136. Should both be south side at takeoffs. Ducky Pam says the benefit of being in Gen X is having perspective during these bad times. Well, you know, I've said it before, Pam. You know, and in the last 30 years, we've been through so much in this country in terms of economic downfall, and no matter if it's a terrorist event like 9/11 causing an economic disturbance, certainly in the airline industry, 9/11 had a big impact, and then the economic downturn in 2008, the housing crisis, we got through that. Then the pandemic in 2020, which lasted for years and basically shut down every industry for the most part. We bounced back every single time. Just when you thought you wouldn't, you always do. And we will bounce back once again from this. And hopefully the impact of what's going on right now in terms of gas prices and stuff like that doesn't affect things too much. Certainly we're on that road to that, but for the most part, not a lot has happened yet. Just the outlook is looking not great. But we'll get through it. We always will. All right, a couple of corporate jets. Speaking about money, crossing over to 5 left. Fancy.
Tower, good afternoon. We're at 25 left, third line.
Stay here for a south-sided takeoff. 757 ship with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, ship. Kevin, I completely agree on the cost of airfare. I'm looking at a business trip to the DC area in late July, and fares are much higher than they were last year. And when you say much higher, I mean, we're talking double, almost triple what it was this time last year. Case in point, a economy seat to New York, let's say on JetBlue, was about $225, $250 last year. It is now $500 to $700. And if you click on the cheapest seat, let's say on American or United, well, you don't get anything with that seat. For another $100, then that gets your ability to choose a seat and check in a bag. And I think on American there was also one fare. It was $100 less. That you couldn't even carry on a carry-on. You had to pay $100 extra just to carry on a carry-on. And at that point, I was like, oh, we're so doomed because we have so many carry-ons and so many checked bags. This is never going to work. That's why I say Delta and United, your CEOs, you can sit there and you can say those fares are never going back to what they were. They're going to have to, because no one's going to be buying your tickets and flying on your planes. That's just consumer demand. So again, you can sit there, you can say whatever you want. It ain't going to happen, sadly enough. Ben, Weather Channel. The $2 super chat. What about San Jose Airport? You know, I never thought about San Jose. Is that an airport that you guys would be interested in? I've seen some live streams up there before, and it's like on the same level as Ontario, I guess, but the view is not as good as Ontario. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on San Jose. SS Justin with the $2 super chat. Is the Turkish plane going to leave soon? Is it here? I think Turkish flight 10 is still on its way in. Yeah, Turkish flight, I'm sorry, flight 9 still coming in from Istanbul, about 15 minutes late, still 32 minutes away. Next takeoff here on the south side, Alaska Airlines flight 1301 heading to Seattle is 737 to max 9.
333, I'll move you shortly. Your gate is pushing out.
Again, this American Dreamliner heading to London Heathrow.
Alaska 333, stop.
Shrimp Fleet says San Jose is not that great. Lyric says maybe a one-time stream from San Jose. Yeah, maybe. Reach back out to our friends there at Ontario and say, hey, before it gets really hot, we want to come back out there. I'm sure they'd be willing to work with us. Maybe we can throw Ontario back into the mix. Off here on the south side, American Airlines flight 205 heading to Kahului, an A321 Neo, followed by that Hawaiian A330.
205 on a Docker and 25 ready to Foxtrot, so take off. Heavy Tactical Fox, and 25 ready to Foxtrot, running away.
Simi Valley Pass says time for a Greyhound bus live stream. I don't know if the people on the bus would be too appreciative of me with a camera going live. I think I might be running into some problems on the bus. What you looking at? I can already see it. I don't think that would work very well.
Juliet, approximately 25 right, traffic hold position, contact ground 0.75. Juliet, 25 right, 135 Southwest 4, Juliet, across 25 right, 1.75. Still Alaska 1419, are you ready to move? Your gates will be closed.
All right, the Hawaiian A330, the flight heading to Honolulu up next for takeoff. Trust me, as a TV news photographer, there's just certain places and times you don't want to aim your camera toward someone. And I've been out to the Greyhound bus station out there in downtown LA more than I ever wanted to with a camera. And yeah, I've got many people are like, don't film me. Don't turn the camera this way. Don't do this. Don't do that. Yeah, they're a little camera shy. They're at Greyhound. So yeah, I don't think that would work very well. Now, I know Noah Phillips did a Greyhound bus tour. I think a lot of YouTubers do. But when you got a little GoPro camera, you're not as noticeable. They notice, though, but they're not as... When you got the live stream equipment, you got a backpack full of equipment, people will notice that a little bit more.
Left turn on heavy harness to Docker, running 25 right at Foxtrot, so you take off. Harness Docker, running 25 right at Foxtrot, take off. That was 211, crossing the turbulence, running 25 right at Foxtrot, on its way.
All right, still waiting on the A330. Should be rolling down the 25 right. That's the EVA Air 777 being pushed back. We'll head out to the remote stands. That was flight 12. Oh, I don't know, Pam, is it?
211, caution with turbulence, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up wait.
All right, the A330 now rocking and rolling. Dreamliner heading to London Heathrow. Now starting its taxi. Should stay here for Southside and take off on 25 at right. We're already 2 hours in today. I've missed the top of the top of the hour twice now. Just because the time is going by so fast. All right, top of the hour time once again. 10 after 6 here in beautiful sunny Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is right here on Airline Videos Live. It is May 1st, 2026. And I am your Plane Jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill, giving you some Nighthawk action coming up. The sun should be setting in about an hour and 20 minutes or so. So sit back, relax, enjoy the night stream here on the AVL. Make sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. Share the stream with your family and your friends. Hello to your pets, meow and ruff, ruff. We do have a United 777-200ER coming up from Newark, flight 2238, number 2 for arrival on the north side. Delta flight 738 coming up from JFK, 767-400ER, 7 minutes out, will be a south side arrival. Arizona flight 284 wearing the updated new livery coming up from Seoul. Running almost an hour early here, 10 minutes out. Coming in from the north, the 747-400 freighter. Asiana was flight 204 coming up from Seoul. Will now be brought over there to the west remote area here of LAX. We'll see it be brought back to the gates a little bit later on this evening. Next takeoff here in the south side, Alaska Airlines flight 1397 heading to Portland, a 737 and MAX 9.
Alaska 1397 Millie Tower, and 25 right at Foxtrot, line up wait.
25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait for Alaska 1397.
also start seeing those FedEx 767s taking off here. S5 Justin back with the $2 super chat says, I'm going to Armenia through Turkish on June 14th. Oh, in June, 14 hours on that flight. So you'd be taking the flight 10, which is a 777 usually. Phil, 4337 with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Phil. Says, why are airlines and ATC stepping over each other radio frequencies? Why would that ever be acceptable in a safe world of air travel? Well, I think they're working on it. Aren't they coming out with some new systems? It doesn't happen too often. Not too often, but we've talked to our friends ATC in the ATC control tower. They talked about the technology in terms of communications and documentation of aircraft is kind of behind. But I think they're working on it. They're coming out with some new systems, but it's going to take a while.
2930 LA Tower, welcome, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Let's take it to the north side. How about this for an arrival? American Airlines flight 813 coming in from Philadelphia, an A321 Neo. Flying above us here at LAX, will be arriving on 25 at the left. This is wearing that updated Arizona livery.
Alaska 1397, contact SoCal departure. SoCal, Alaska 13.
All right, coming up for a south side arrival. All right, that American Dreamliner heading to London Heathrow now, rolling down at 25 at right. Top. Phil back with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Phil. So I'm supposed to step onto a giant bus going 500 miles per hour, knowing that there's a good chance people can't communicate with the ground. Let's go. Well, nothing is 100% in the world, right, Phil? They're working on it. It's still the safest way of travel, Phil. All right, let's take it back to the north side. United 777, 200 ER coming from Newark, flight 2238, next arrival. with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Flyer. Says after a long week, the Friday stream was my favorite way to unwind. Have a great show. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, definitely unwind. Unwind. Relax. Of course, this is just the appetizer before Nighthawk gets released in about just over an hour from now. Now, we did have that Delta 767 at 400 ER just touching down here on the south side.
Sort of 25 right at Lima, Delta 738.
We'll head up there to the north side at Terminal 2 or 3. Flight again coming from JFK, flight 738. Next takeoff is American Airlines flight 3008 heading to Chicago O'Hare, 737-800. It's starting to get cold out here. God, Kevin's going to grab his jacket. Oops. What's going on? Hold on a second. It is. It's got chilly. This is windy too. Oh, that's right. Oh yeah. What size did you get? Did you get the 1 in 200 scale? Okay. Yeah, I have that one. It's nice. Did you see they came out with the second one? Yeah, they came out with a second food one. Though it's called something different. Yes, I'll be over there. Yep. All right. Good to see you. We'll see you Sunday, huh? All right. Take care. My friend Mateo stopping by. He's wearing his Love LAX t-shirt. E-Jet heading to Oklahoma City. American Eagle SkyWest flight 4928. This American flight's coming in from Phoenix, waiting to cross over flight 2930. All right, we're doing that Queen up next, Arizona. That we just saw flying directly over us. Next arrival on runway 25 at the left here on the south side. We'll see if it goes long. Usually it heads up there to the northeast corner of the south complex. So don't be surprised if it goes all the way to Lima and makes a right-hand turn. What are we going to get here?
Chest 240, Hotel 8 is 3.5 miles to the island. 25 knots.
I guess everyone is stepping all over each other, Phil.
Roger, at Lima, cross runway 25 right, contact ground point.
Phil, I think you're right. All right, so this is going all the way to Lima.
630 LA Tower, following a Learjet 3 mile final, runway 25 left, clear to land. Clear to land, 25, number 2, don't fix it.
So going all the way to Lima, making a right-hand turn, we'll head up there to the northeast corner of the South Complex. New updated livery for Arizona, looking good in the California sun.
Yeah, with 6431 LA Tower, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up point.
Line up point 25 right Foxtrot, yeah.
Making that turn on to taxiway Bravo. We'll bring it all the way up there, far to the east side of the airport.
Yeah, with 6431, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, let's take off.
Later, take off 25 right, RNAV Docker. Carrying that is 576. Let's keep that up.
Delta 576 LA Tower, good afternoon. Runway 25 left, clear to land with 25010.
Craig Russell reminded me that next month, June, Royal Air Maroc bringing in the Dreamliner for the first time, Casablanca. I believe that's a morning arrival. It's a good thing we're moving our Sunday show to 8 a.m. Once again, if you guys haven't heard and you tune in for the Big Sunday show, we are moving the start time moving back to where we had it a long time ago, about less than 2 years ago. 8 a.m. Pacific is the start time for the Big Sunday show now, moving it back to the original time. So just a reminder, we'll be on it 2 hours earlier, starting on Sunday. I think most of you guys were happy, excited about that. Comment section on the posts on social media. People were like, well, I was waiting for you, Kevin, to turn it back. Band Stub with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Band Stub. Says Kevin, such a cool channel. Looking forward to Nighthawk. I am too. Good old Nighthawk. Thank you, Band Stub.
85 left, clear to land.
My friend Hartford Rob gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Rob. Saw Rob up there last Sunday. Hi, atop the H Hotel. Rob, I followed you on Twitter X. Looks like you got some really great shots. You got the eye there, Rob. You got the eye. Thank you, Rob.
Delta 630, Taxi Hotel Juliet, cross runway 25 right, contact ground point 75.
We do have ANA, flight 106, coming in from Tokyo Haneda. Next arrival on the north side. We'll take it back to the north side from high atop the H Hotel. Turkish Flight 9 coming in from Istanbul at 777 at 300 yards, just 5 minutes out. Looks like that will be a south side arrival. Just had a Delta 757 at 200 touching down here on the south side.
25 left, clear to land. 5 left, switch, about 535.
We'll take it to the north side. A&A up next for arrival 24 right. Looking at the chat, you guys are, well, Kevin, you're starting early, starting at 8 a.m. Does that mean you're going to end earlier? No, it is not. We're starting 2 hours earlier, which means we'll take it to our normal end time, which is about 3:30, 4 o'clock, usually on Sundays. So adding a little bit more of a workload for your plane jockey, Kevin, but it's well worth it. Hope you guys join me starting at 8 a.m. all the way through the course of the day. No stopping early. No. That United at 757-300 coming from Chicago here, flight 576. Wake up with the AVL.
2644 Arnett Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Take up 25 right at
It's really, honestly, when you really think about it, it's not a big deal because I usually get out here at about 8:30 anyway. So I'm usually out here. So really all I'm adding, when you really think about it, is about an hour extra to being out here at Imperial Hill on any given Sunday. It's not that much more than we already commit to on a Sunday. So it's about an hour more. It's an hour more. It's no big whoop. We're giving you 2 hours more of broadcasting though. So that's the big whoop. Yeah, Rachel, I'm seeing that. Rachel says, guys, please tell Kevin that Spirit will be shutting down tonight. Yeah, we have one that came in from Vegas, still sitting there at the West Gates. Not sure if it's going to leave, I'll be honest with you. Seems like it would have turned around, but I see no action there. So more than likely... And I think the second flight is a Sprinkles, the older livery, coming later, about 9:55. That might have been the last yellow Spirit A320 here at LAX. Alright, the Lufthansa A380 Super, the flight heading back to Munich, flight 453, now pushing back. Of course, that will head up there for north side at takeoff.
Heavy 777 is on the 2-mile final, runway 25 left, straight away.
Midland, 5 left, anyone
Air time, Scotty says 3 a.m. shutdown. Yeah, that's what we're hearing. 3 a.m. overnight. Some of you guys were saying that 9:55 Spirit flight, the Sprinkles flight, could possibly be one of Spirit's last flights ever. Frank Russell reminded me that Egypt Air, one of my favorite liveries, will also be coming to LAX in a few weeks on May 23rd for the first time in a long time. May 23rd, I think is that a Sunday? No, it's Saturday, May 23rd. Well, I'll be honest with you, that was probably the weekend that we were going to look at going to Dallas. But now that Egypt Air is coming here for the first time on the 23rd, it might be wise for me just to stay here on top of everything we've already talked about. So Lufthansa Flight 453, the flight heading back to Munich, the A380 Super, now pushed back there on taxiway Kilo, should head up for the north side at takeoff. We just had Turkish Flight 9 coming from Istanbul, the 777-300ER just touched down here on the south side. This tends to be Flight 10 heading back to Istanbul, tends to be a south side at takeoff during the Nighthawk.
Traffic position, caution determines phone heavy Airbus, runway 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, Kevin.
Alright, there is an A330 touching down. Unfortunately, our south side 24-hour feeds are down for the moment. There's a friend iPhone spotter. He's over here grabbing some shots. That was a Delta A330 Neo coming from Paris, flight 291. Let's go back to the A380 Super. We'll come back to that Delta Heavy. And a friend Jim, the old dude, gifting 5 Airline videos live and memberships. Thank you so much, Jim. And Jim, your prize from last Sunday is on its way. Congratulations once again. Thank you, Jim.
Day 22 traffic, 4 mile final, runway 25 left, clear to takeoff, fly runway heading and maintain 3000.
We do have Air France, flight 27 coming up from Pompey to A350-900, 3 minutes out would be a south side arrival. What's Air Lingus doing? Still looking for a gate? Wait, hold on a second here. What's going on with Air Lingus? Oh, it was early. It was about 35 minutes early. Landing about 11. Was it 11 minutes ago? Still waiting for a gate. You guys want to see Terminal 5 construction? There's not much going on. except a pile of dirt. Nothing going on. I was talking about it earlier that we had heard that they were going to build the modular units off-site up on Westchester like they did with the extension of the West Gates. But I walked by there yesterday. There's construction crews up there, but I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what they're doing up there. There is nothing being constructed. I don't know if they're laying the groundwork for it. I'm not 100% sure, and no one will talk to me. So we had heard originally they were going to build it up there and then bring it over here. So there's currently no construction going on at the old Terminal 5 location. But as I was talking about, Terminal 4 is still under construction, and that being done there on location. A380 Super at Lufthansa, flight 453, heading back to Munich. Now heading up there for north side at takeoff. Next departure here on the south side is United Airlines flight 2610, heading to Denver, 737-800. Got Air France up next for arrival here on the south side, flight 27, coming from Papa Ete. British Airways flight 269, coming from London Heathrow, the A380 Super, just 9 minutes out, running about 30 minutes behind. Looking like a north side arrival for that A380 Super. Turkish now making its way over there to the Tom Bradley International Terminal. Should be parking next to Swiss. Let's see, sunset here tonight. 7:37. So we're about an hour out, a little less than an hour before sunset, and Nighthawk heads out of its cage. It's getting a little chilly out here. I gotta tell you, this is probably one of the coolest Fridays that we've had since we brought back the Friday night Nighthawk. It's so weird, you know, during which should have been the cooler months of the year, were the hottest months so far. And now as we head into May, things have kind of cooled down. I'm not complaining. I actually like this cooler weather. The 80s and 90s that we were having there in February and January was too much. So I'm enjoying it. It's currently 66 degrees here at Clutters Park. Air France, the A350, the flight coming from Papa Ete.
2364 LA Tower, caution turbulence, you're calling heavy Airbus, runway 25 left, clear. And clear to land, land to heavy, how far? Head is 2364. They just landed there, no problem. United 2610, contact, look out of brush. Departure grenade, I'm on this time.
So I don't know if anybody's checked. Has anybody checked to see if we got a Spirit departure coming up? If that, I gotta tell you, I haven't seen anybody working around that plane.
That was 6408 at Golf, cross from 25 right, contact.
You think if it was heading off somewhere, you'd see some vehicles, at least people walking around it. I have not seen any action outside of that Spirit A320. That was the flight that came in from Vegas. Air France will head it down to Quebec. We'll make a right-hand turn and then cross back over 25 at right head to the west side of the West Gates. Hazy evening here at LAX. British Airways, the A380 Super, number 2 for arrival on the north side. Flight 2476 coming up from Lima, Peru is 767 at 300 yards, 6 minutes out would be a south side arrival. The sun is right in my eye, but it's not a nice looking sun, it's like a hazy sun. The Air France flight coming from Papeete will be making a left-hand turn heading into the west side of the West Gates. A380 lined up there on the north side.
25 right at Juliet, over to ground point.
Trying to capture that. Alright, you see the A380 lined up, ready to go. 2-4 left there on the north side. Well, now, hold on a second here. There we go. All right, let's go back to that other camera. A380 rolling down too far left, like 453 heading back to Munich. So we do have movement on that Spirit flight. It's flight 4 heading to Vegas, A320. Flight 4, 12-year-old A320. Pushing back. Is this the last Spirit yellow plane here at LAX? We'll be taking you back to the north side. British Airways A380 Super. Sorry about the bouncy of the camera. It's kind of windy out here. To the north side, British Airways flight 269, the flight coming up from London Heathrow, the A380 Super next. You can hear the flight to Madrid, Iberia, flight 352, the A350, rolling down to 24 left. Emirates heading to Vegas, A320, flight 4. Should be starting its taxi here shortly. We'll see if it heads to the north side, or we'll stay here on the south side. You know, Spirit in Florida, they just built this massive complex for simulators and offices and training facilities, state of the art.
American 1256, hold short of runway 25 right, correction. Taxi to Juliet Cross 25 right, contact ground.
Juliet Cross 25 right, ground, American.
Next takeoff here on the south side is American Airlines flight 1614 heading to Phoenix, 737-800. All right, taxi lights on. We'll see if it stays here on the south or heads up there to the north side. It is heading to Vegas. Vegas flights tend to head to the north side.
3776 Billy Tower, and 25 left, clear to land.
25 left, clear to land, scan 3776.
Pretty sad. Alright, looks like it will stay here for south side at takeoff. Anybody have a count on the current amount of Spirit flights in the air currently as we speak?
Docker and a 25 right at Foxtrot, so we take off.
Listen, take off, 25 right at Foxtrot, right now, Docker, and 1614.
Thank you, Alice. Alice is confirming a 25 right departure.
That's 24-3, running 25 right at Foxtrot, line of wind.
25 right at Foxtrot, line of wind, unit 24-2.
40 flights currently. That's currently what they have right now, 40. I thought it was like 40 something this morning. So currently they have 40 flights. Also saying that this flight was getting a 15-minute hold. Says they have one heading to Vegas from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas as well.
Southwest 194, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
Well, we're all witnessing aviation history together here on this Friday evening. Gosh, emotions have just got to be hard there with the flight crew. Down to 25 right, the King making that turn onto Kilo will now head to the gates of Tom Bradley.
24-3, contact departure.
Krishna says, imagine being the crew on these flights. Yeah, it's just got to be emotional. Yeah.
25 Billy Tower, running 25 left, clear to land. Dallas 3776, taxi hotel to Julia. Airline 508, cross runway 25 ready Quebec, hold short of runway 25 left.
More heavy action on their way in. It looks like north side arrivals for these. Qantas flight 1 to 5 running almost 2 hours, 3 hours late. 787-9 Dreamliner 19 minutes away, looking like a north side arrival, as well as Air China flight 983 actually running about an hour early for that 777-300ER. That flight 16 minutes out will be a north side arrival. Singapore flight 36 coming from Singapore, the A350-900 running about 10 minutes behind, 27 minutes away, north side arrival. China Southern Airlines flight 327 coming from Guangzhou, 777-300ER, 25 minutes out. That flight running about 35 minutes early. So we got some flights arriving early, some arriving late. This is just haze here at LAX today. Moisture in the air.
Flight period 2476, heavy exit at Hotel 9, and then cross runway 25 right at Lima.
Exit via Hotel 9, cross runway 25 right at Lima, now middle 24 minutes.
Airline 508, cross runway 25 left, turn left on Alpha.
And cross 25 left, we'll turn left on Alpha, there's 508.
We're just at that Latam 767-300ER coming in from Lima, Peru. Just touching down here, 25 left.
Airline 508, continue left on Alpha, contact ground.
Left on Alpha and over grounders for Foxtrot.
Time for 2476 heavy after you cross, contact the city ramp.
After cross, contact Data ramp up, it'll be full line pickup set. And 1268 inside contact for high alert, left left.
American 1260, Delhi Tower, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 25 left, American 1260.
650, Delhi Tower, welcome, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Take it back to the north side. American Airlines, flight 1643, coming up from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. 10-year-old A321, and next arrival on 24 right. Time, but once again. 3 hours. Today's broadcast, boy, time is flying by here on Airline Videos Live, your home for LAX airport action. It is May 1st, 2026. I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys for joining me here on this evening. Hope you guys are all having a great time. All right, this is just the appetizer, the main feast coming up this hour. Sit back, relax. We got Nighthawk on its way up. All right, where's that gauge? We're going to release it from the gauge. Get ready for Nighthawk. Nighttime plane spotted here on the AVL. Some of that Spirit flight can be taken off. Looks like number 2 currently tracked by 665 of you. More than likely you guys watching AVL here today. Number 3 worldwide tracked plane, flight 4. How you like that?
Who's that? Spirit 4, I have traffic behind you. How long do you need exactly?
2.5 minutes throwing full.
Okay, what's the reason?
Just an engine warm up. We weren't sure about our departure time.
They didn't tell you that you had a flow time?
No, they just said 15 minutes and they said they went to full.
Spirit 4, hold short over my 25 right, let me know.
On short range full.
You're at 225, turn left at after 7, no delay, traffic 1 mile behind you.
Alright, Spirit, I don't know if you guys heard that. Spirit saying they need a couple more minutes down there. They're currently number 2 for takeoff. There's actually traffic behind them. ATC asking exactly why do you need that extra time? They said engine warm-up. So, in the weeds, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure they have a lot on their mind. Alright, so that should be the next departure.
Contact hotel departure.
Departure day is now 3.
If you guys would like to help support the channel, just go ahead and just scan that QR code right there on your screen. It will take you to the website called Tip Alert. It's a great way to help support Airline Videos Live by using Tip Alerts. All right, Spirit says they are ready. Should be the next takeoff here on the south side.
1268, hold short over runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet, American 1268.
25 ready Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
A few plane spotters here documenting
Tower 5408, runway
some
25 ready
history here at LAX.
25 ready Foxtrot, 5408.
Currently number 2, tracked worldwide. Almost 1,000 of you guys tracking flight 4. Should be an early rotation. I can't imagine too many people on this flight.
Tower 5408, Harnab Docker, and 85 ready Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. American 650, hold short of runway 25 ready Juliet.
Hold short of 25 right at Juliet, American.
Spirit 4, contact departure.
Departure, Spirit 4, thank you, goodbye.
Bye. FedEx 1234 Heavy Lake Tower, runway 25 left, line of way 2 off north southwest.
25 left, FedEx 1234
This flight coming up from Dallas forward, Texas, flight 1268, American Airlines, flight 1268, A321neo waiting to cross over.
Cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground.
25 right at Juliet, contact ground.
Kaylin with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Kaylin. Says thank you for the evening stream. Well, my pleasure, Kaylin. Good to be back out here. I had 2 days straight of not streaming. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was exhausted. I will say that. I think the last few weeks have kind of caught up with me. So it was good to kind of just lay low and not do too much. Of course, I worked on some stuff, but yeah. I think the last couple of weeks finally caught up to your Plane Jockey Kevin. But I'll be honest, like I want to be out doing stuff, and sometimes you gotta remind yourself, Kevin, just take it easy. But 2 days straight, it was driving me nuts. I was like, I want to get back out there and go live stream. So here we are. Of course, won't be 2 days before we're back out here again. I'll be back out here for the big Sunday show starting at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. on Sunday. We're back to starting our show at 8 a.m. That was the old start time back in the day. And we're bringing it back starting this Sunday. So the little morning cargo rush. There is a little bit of morning rush here at LAX. A lot of cargos take off. So I'm excited to see that again. I did. Of course, I needed the rest. Oh yeah. I got so much rest. Here's what happened yesterday. I went to bed early. What day is it? Today's Friday, so that would have been Wednesday night, Thursday. I went to bed pretty early, and I said, "You're gonna get up early tomorrow, and you're gonna start doing stuff." And well, I didn't realize that getting up would have been at 3:30 in the morning. 3:30 in the morning, I got up. I laid there and said, "Kevin, really, you're gonna do this? Really, you're gonna start your day at 3:30 in the morning?" I was ready to start working, and that's what I did. I made the coffee. These FedEx planes always sneak on out of here.
FedEx 1234 Heavy, contact SoCal departure. Have a great day.
I was flying 1234 heading to Memphis. I like to call it 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so what did so I got up at 3:30. I made the coffee by 4, and I started working. And boy, did I get a lot done yesterday. It was good to wake up that early. But you know what happened? You know what happens when you get up that early and you're not normally up that early? Well, by the time 8, 9 o'clock in the morning came about, the coffee wore off, and I was done at least for a couple of hours, and I had to take a nap, and then got the motivation to start working again. So the intentions were good. Intentions were great. Waking up at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning to start working and get things done. And boy, I got a lot of stuff done. But by 8, 9 o'clock, I was feeling it again.
Canada 793 LA Tower, welcome. Caution my turbulence, a heavy will hold position. Runway 25 left, clear to land.
Elias with the $5 super chat. Good to see Elias. So sad about Spirit. I'm not crying. You're crying. Elias, I've cried enough in the last 2 weeks. I don't have any tears left. But yes, I agree. It is very sad. It's very sad. Thoughts to all the people that are about to lose their jobs. Hopefully they can find other opportunities with other airlines. I know that Southwest is hiring. And United and American, so hopefully they bounce back. So it's always sad to see an airline leave us. That is for sure. We do have a UPS 767-300 freighter heading to Louisville, Kentucky. Flight 903 would be the next heavy departure here on the south side.
Canada 793, reduced to final.
Next takeoff on 25 right, United Airlines flight 1846 heading to Salt Lake City, a 737-900ER.
UPS 903, have you reported traffic departing the parallel runway in sight, United 737. That's
We're getting closer to Nighthawk. Going to be too great about sunset here tonight.
2279, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line of wing, caution the turbulence, you're following the heavy out the parallel.
We do have a heavy Air China flight 983 heading to the north side. Take it to the north here. Also that Qantas flight 15 coming from Brisbane, also heading to the north.
Cleared for takeoff.
Air China, the 777-300ER, coming up from Beijing, flight 983. Next arrival on the north side at 24 right. Coming up from Miami, a 787-8 Dreamliner. 2 minutes out will be a Southside arrival, flight 1172. The Qantas Dreamliner coming up from Brisbane, running late here today. Should have been arriving at 4:30, estimated now at 7:18 p.m. Just over downtown Los Angeles, to be followed by Singapore, flight 36 coming up from Singapore, the A350 6 minutes out. Those are all north side arrivals, including China Southern Flight 327, the passenger 777 at 300 yard, 12 minutes out.
Skyline 5386, RNF Docker, and discretion, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff, turn left heading 220 at the shoreline.
25 right, cross, turn left, 220 shoreline.
At a 1450 Delhi Tower, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line of wing.
That is a Volaris flight sitting there on Lima, heading to Mexico City, flight 713 and A320.
Horizon 2279, contact lookout departure.
Next departure here on the south side, United Express, SkyWest, flight 5386, heading to San Diego. It's an E-Jet. What'd you guys think of the San Diego show on Tuesday? Should we go back there on Tuesday, or should we do it every other week? I don't want to overdo San Diego because I love San Diego so much. I don't want to overdo it, but then again, if you guys want it, I'll head back down there. I'll tell you, the traffic down there, heading to there and coming back was not bad at all on Tuesday. Don't be concerned, that is just rotating quick. Some high clouds. Rachel's being nice to me. Says not every week. That's a lot of driving. Well, thank you, Rachel.
71 heavy Delhi Tower, caution turbulence, heavy 787 short final, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Every other? Sounds like every other is good to you guys. You don't want to overdo fine things, right? You don't want to overdo anything. You gotta make you excited about doing something. I don't want you guys saying, oh, San Diego again?
Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
It's 7 on that Docker 25 right.
Mexico City, heading for a south side departure, flight 713.
At a 1458, contact departure.
Jim's asking if I did the speed limit on the freeways. I certainly did, Jim. It was the end of the month, so the cops were out pulling people over.
Canada 793, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, ground point 75. Alright, 1172 heavy cross runway 25 right at Juliet.
Yeah, no speeding. No speeding on that trip. Not that I speed anyway, but I was watching my speed a little bit more than I normally do. But there was hardly any traffic, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Everyone was driving pretty normal. Air China now on a Kilo. Did have a United Dreamliner, 787-8 Dreamliner coming up from Miami, touching down here on the south side. Qantas heading to the north side should be the next heavy arrival on 24 right.
Still more heavy, connected at Hotel 9.
Okay, Hotel 9 at Hotel 1. Tower Delta 382 is the 25 left.
So 3 Kilo Tower 728, Charlie Harry Boeing 767, caution wing turbulence, landing 240 at 15, right
So Qantas, Singapore, and China Southern, all three heavies heading to the north side. Yeah, can you imagine that, Scott? Normal driving in California, Southern California. It was good. I tell you, if it was that good, I wouldn't mind driving. If it was that good all the time. Everyone was obeying by the rules. There wasn't any craziness going on. Which reminds me, I didn't talk about this, but on the I-10 freeway, I was out there in the Inland Empire coming back from Phoenix last Friday, and I don't know what was going on, but it was road rage. I was in the far left lane, and the middle lane, there was two cars that I don't know if there was an argument or something that happened, but basically they were tailgating each other in the middle lane, and then all of a sudden, the guy, I think he was driving like a black SUV, merged over to the left-hand side right in front of me, and then tried to merge back into the middle lane to try to cut off the car. Oh, it was... I was like, come on, guys, no! And he tried to do it so fast, going right and then back to the left. He almost flipped over his car into my lane in front of me. I said, I'm backing off. I'm like, come on now. And I don't know what happened, because after that, they just kind of went on their merry way. So I was like, come on, you guys. Let's not cause an accident. I want to get home now. All right, let's take it to the north side. Qantas Flight 15 coming from Brisbane. The Dreamliner up next. Take it back up there shortly as Singapore is heading to 24 right. Just had that Delta 76 touching down here on the south side. This flight coming in from JFK, flight 771 to 767-300ER, now heading up there to the north.
Tower American 3283 with you, ILS 25 left 1, orbiter.
American 3283, LA Tower, 8 and travel, Boeing 757, wind 240 at 16, wind 25 left, third line.
Boeing 25 left, unit 32.
Is still there on a kilo. Joni back with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Joni. Says you should get air miles on a card driving to San Diego. Well, I do fill up with my JetBlue credit card, so technically I guess I am getting kind of miles with JetBlue. I don't know if those things are going to be worth anything. JetBlue not doing too good. Thank you, Joni. Speaking of credit cards, I was shocked to find out, and I'll hold the story, because every time I tell the story, there's another aircraft, heavy arrival. We'll take it back to the north side, Singapore. A350 coming in from Singapore, flight 36, next arrival. SAS, the A330 now pushing back. Looks like the tail pointing to us here on the south side. More than likely a north side takeoff. That's the way it's been here today. Ducky Pam, with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Pam. Says, are you planning to go live for our big 250th birthday on July 4th? I sure am. I'll be high atop the H Hotel. I believe that's is it a Saturday? Oh boy.
Cooler 713 on nav.
Well, let me double check that. Yes, I will be live on July 4th. I believe that is a Saturday. Well, you can have a lot of fun there, Kevin. I might have to. I might have to book a room at the H Hotel for that night and just stay there because I'm going to be after doing the show at 8 a.m. the next day. Yeah. Kevin, put that on the list. Book a room at the H on Saturday night, please. Yes, we'll do a Saturday and a Sunday show. Alright, we got that Volaris heading to Mexico City, now taking off here on the south side. Alright, the sun about to set. Qantas over there on taxiway Lima. What's up?
American 3283, taxi Hotel Juliet, cross range 25 right, contact ground.
Hotel Juliet, cross 25, full right, ground number 3283.
Alright, Qantas making that turn heading into the West Gates. We do have that China Southern 777 300ER next arrival on the north side. Beautiful arrival on that 777 up there on the north side. We're looking at Singapore, the A350, currently there on taxiway Lima. SAS should be starting its taxi, should be heading up there to the north side.
Land 250 at 15, running 25 left, clear land.
25 left.
South range 60, you can exit at Hotel 9.
Say again?
You can exit at Hotel 9.
7.
1960 Lima, cross 25 right, contact ground.
Lima, cross 25 right, contact ground, Southwest 1960.
All right, Singapore heading into the gates of Tom Bradley. We'll take it back to the north side. The next arrival, Alaska, flight 1411, coming in from Seattle, a 737 MAX 9. In terms of heavies, we do have United, flight 821, coming in from Hong Kong, a 787-9 Dreamliner, 11 minutes out. American Airlines, flight 137, coming in from London Heathrow, a 777-300ER, 13 minutes away, coming in from the east. At that Spirit flight that you guys were talking about. No, I'm here. I'm just talking to you want to wave? I'm just talking to our old friend, Bob. Drop it, Bob. You remember Robert? Dropping by. I haven't seen Robert in quite some time. Drop it, Bob. What? Oh yeah, probably about a year since I last saw you. Yeah. So we're just catching up over here. Good times, great oldies. Oh, the sun's about to set. What's that?
I said sorry, Jay.
Sorry. All right, let me give you a shot of the sun that set. It is beautiful now. Look at that. SAS flight 932 heading to Copenhagen in A330-300 next takeoff on the north side. Take it to the departure. SAS now rolling down 24 left, heading back to Copenhagen, flight 932. Looks like China Southern, the passenger 777-300ER coming from Guangzhou, heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. Getting closer to Nighthawk territory here tonight.
American 1399, LA Tower, wind 250 at 16, run 25 left, third left.
Just take off my sunglasses now. I can't tell if it's light or dark out. Phil back with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much. Phil says, why isn't diversity, equality, and inclusion applied to airline pilot demographics? This is extremely unfair and absurd. I'm sorry, I can't ever say that word correct. I would say, you know, the airline pilot profession, you know, they require extensive training, certifications, you know, flight experience as well, and changes in demographics, you know, they tend to happen gradually over time.
Airbus 320, wind 250 at 17, run 25
Sure, there
left,
are certainly efforts across the industry to broaden access and training to career pathways. But, Phil, it's a long-term process. That's what I've been told. Phil, I appreciate your awesome support here today. All right, United Airlines flight 821 coming from Hong Kong is 787-9 Dreamliner 6 minutes out as we see the China Southern 777-300ER making that turn now into the southeast side of Tom Bradley.
Gus 3303 Tower, running 25 right, Fox, flat line with the wing.
Ron and Linda back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Ron and Linda. Says, hi, Kevin. Love the sunset. You got the Spirit farewell. So sad for the loss of jobs. A lot of A320s flooding the used market. Thanks for what you do. Yeah, a lot of those A320 Neos, which is not a common aircraft for U.S. airlines. I think Frontier is the only U.S. airline that actually, outside of Spirit, that flew the A320 Neo. So a lot of those sitting in the Goodyear Airport there outside of Phoenix, some being scrapped already, but there are so many that I'll be interesting to see. I could see American maybe getting some of those A320 Neos. You know, they do have... American does have a lot of those old America West A320s. They're going to have to retire those A320s here shortly. So if American is looking at replacing those A320s, the A320 Neo might be a good fit for them. Of course, they have plenty of the A320 Neos American does. So I guess we'll see. Maybe no one will pick them up. Maybe the A320 Neo is a dying breed aircraft. Could be. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. There's certainly a lot of banana planes sitting out there in Goodyear, and I'm sure Victorville coming soon as well.
60 knot overtake, start reducing, wind 240 at 17, run 25 left, third land.
Third land, Delta 14 above them.
Scout 3303, contact hotel departure.
SoCal, Scout 3303.
Coyote 4 at the shoreline, turn left heading 225.
Brandon Rabbit. He came to their 2-year anniversary party a couple weeks ago, and he said he brought me, I think he got 2 boxes of Pop-Tarts for me, right, Brandon? And he said, this is from us at Reverse Ops, the other live streamer in Hawaii, Patrick, and he gave me 2 boxes of Pop-Tarts. And I couldn't let those things go to waste. You know, I do actually like Pop-Tarts. I used to eat those as a kid, but as I've grown into an adult, I kind of just say, oh, those probably things are not good for you. I ate the 2 boxes anyway over the course of 2 weeks. I told you, Brandon, I was not going to go back to the store and get any more Pop-Tarts. That's just, it's not something I want to put in my body. Well, I'm flipping through TikTok, of course, and a video comes up talking about the 5 worst foods that you can get, including Cinnabon and Popeye's chicken and all this kind of stuff. You know what the number 1 worst food you could put in your body? Pop-Tarts. Number 1, the worst food you could put in your body is a Pop-Tart. And I said, never again. But thanks for reminding me, Brandon, how good those Pop-Tarts were. But no, not doing it anymore.
Coyote 824, turn left now, heading 225.
Turning now, heading 225, Coyote
824, contact Lookout.
Spencer with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Spencer. Says hi, Kevin, AVL family, and friends from the Peach State. Kevin, I hope you and Rudy are still cool. Tell him I said hi. Keep up the great work, Kevin. Well, hello there, Spencer. You're in Georgia, the Peach State. What you doing in Georgia? Looks like we have back-to-back heavy arrivals on the north side. American at 777-300ER followed by the United Dreamliner. Here on the south side, Swiss, the 777-300ER flight 41 heading back to Zurich, now pushing back. That tends to be a south side departure.
Delta 462, taxi a hotel down to Lima.
Hotel down to Lima, down to
Patrick, you're in the chat. He said, more Pop-Tarts for me.
Delta 462, correction at
I see you
Juliet,
posted some double stuffed Pop-Tarts the other day. I could eat the whole box. I honestly could. Though you guys were laughing at me because I put the Pop-Tarts in for 2.5 minutes and pretty much burned the top of my mouth that first time. All right, we also have French B also pushing back. Is this United 757-300? All right, so Swiss looks like a south side departure. We'll take you to the north side, American 777-300ER, the flight coming from London Heathrow. Start on the Swiss 777 here on the south side. Up next for arrival on the north side, United Airlines flight 821 coming from Hong Kong, a 787-9 Dreamliner. Still a little quiet on the south side departures here tonight. Back to the north side, the United Dreamliner coming in from Hong Kong. Everyone in the chat's talking about Pop-Tarts now. Take it back here. Should be seeing Swiss start its taxi. Just turning the taxi light on. Robert's over here, by the way, Mr. Reverse Ops, talking about your Pop-Tart t-shirt at a concert that everyone was all happy to see.
Hotel Lima, Southwest
What? Oh, well, I didn't say much. I didn't say much. We all know that Mr. Reverse Ops loves his Pop-Tarts. All right, well, we finally get a heavy departure here on the south side. We've been kind of not lucky in that department here today. Looks like French B, tail to the south, should be a north side departure for French B, unless it makes a turn on the Delta and heads back here for a south side departure.
1357, LHR 5.2, and fill the Airbus 320, wind 240 and 13, run 5 left, clear line. Southwest 2934, Lima, crossing 25 right, contact ground.
Cross 25 right, Lima, ground, Southwest 2934.
I don't, for the record, I really don't like Doritos. I don't. Y'all think I like Cool Ranch Doritos. I don't. I really don't eat Cool Ranch Doritos. I really don't. It's just, it was part of that story for Halloween, and all of a sudden everyone thinks Kevin's in love with Cool Ranch Doritos. I don't eat the Cool Ranch. All right, Swiss now making that turn onto taxiway Bravo, now heading down for a south side takeoff. Brenda's like, what? Yeah, it's the truth. I really don't. Speaking of, I have a bunch of Cool Ranch Doritos, small bags of it left over from the party. I need to bring those to the Sunday show.
341, taxi Hotel Juliet, cross 225 right, contact ground.
Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, Juliet.
Now, I'm not saying I don't like them. I don't eat them like you guys think I do. That's the French B up there on Lima. They're bringing a Qantas Dreamliner back to the gates. Phil back with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Phil. Phil asking, what's your opinion on the fact that radio communications between tower and passenger planes can cancel each other out? Is this incompetence by the FAA? No, I just think it's older technology. Like I mentioned earlier, they're working on new software, new ways around that. Now, the question is, why did we wait so long? I don't know. Maybe the technology wasn't there. Maybe they thought, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. There was a little bit of people talking over each other earlier today, which is not something we hear too often. But for the most part, it's not too bad. It really is not that bad. And, you know, there's kind of a given rule that you don't stay on the radio very long. Like, you don't have a long conversation because someone else needs to say something. So it's kind of the given rule that keep the communication short.
Taxi Hotel Juliet, crossing 25 right, pass behind United, contact ground.
Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right.
All right, we got Swiss still marching down for south side at takeoff, flight 41 heading to Zurich. Also, DHL ABX Air in the Adventure livery heading to Cincinnati, converted 767 to 300ER, 35 years of age, popping up on the radar. French B. See if it makes a right-hand turn. More than likely, if it makes a left-hand turn, that would be taxiway Delta. But it looks like a Southwest flight is on Delta, so more than likely we'll make that right-hand turn on the Echo and head it down to 24 left. There we go. French B making that right-hand turn. So Swiss, the only European, actually I take that back. We did get British Airways Southside at departure, 1 out of 2 of those. But everything for the most part has been heading up to the north side for departures today. Dreamliner into the gates. They're at the west gates. Apparently Kevin the Iguana, which is a new A321neo with Frontier, was here at LAX earlier this afternoon. Kevin the Iguana, look out for that one. Apparently it's one of the new. Don't start your jokes over there, Robert. Kevin the Iguana. What are iguanas known to do?
2432, taxi Hotel Julia,
the big lizards, are they known to do something? They just sit there and sit in the sun and suntan? Sounds like what I do. Oh, that's right. Oh, they all dropped out of the trees in Miami. I forgot about that. Why it's called Kevin, I have no idea. No idea. There was a Kevin Valaris. Whatever happened to that Kevin Valaris? I think we saw him maybe here twice in the last 3 years, and haven't seen it. All right, Swiss flight 41 heading to Zurich at 777 at 300 yard. Next heavy departure here on the south side. You're looking at Singapore, flight 36. Flight that came in from Singapore, A350-900. They lose their tails when you grab them. I'm kind of like a iguana. I'm not here in the sun all day. All right, looks like Swiss using Foxtrot, not a full length for Swiss. We're coming up to the top of the hour, almost 8 o'clock. We will make the switch over to Nighthawk here shortly. Everything will change except for me. Your Plane Jockey Kevin stays the same. I'm sorry. It's the truth, but the graphics will change, and we'll have a great time as the Nighthawk will be released. Coming up here shortly.
Doctor, then 250 at 15, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, go take up. Runway 25 right, take up. LAX Discretion Lima, turn altimeter 29901. American 2312 aircraft, launch away turbulence, runway 25 right Foxtrot, line up the wing. 25 right on Foxtrot, line away.
Oh yeah, Linda's talking about the Kevin meals at Target. Yeah, a bunch of pasta and stuff. Oh, they have all kinds of stuff, right? Sides, beets, pasta. Who's the Kevin behind the Kevin?
Twin 4 Golf Heavy, contact
All right.
departure.
You guys want us to make the switch? We could make the switch at the top of the hour. We should probably just wait. Let's just make the switch at the top. Oops.
Left to 23, correction, Emirates 2312 on that doctor, and 250 out.
This is not called the blue hour where everything's blue.
Doctor, 25 Foxtrot, just take off, 2312.
Left to 233 of their traffic will cross wait for a heavy.
Victoria Flyer back with a super chat. Thanks so much, Victoria. Since we know someone that likes Cool Ranch Doritos, why don't you call Cool Ranch Bob while on the white paging phone? Ah, the good old days. Later, Tater. I think it was Halloween. Halloween 2 or 3 years ago. That's when I was here at Imperial Hill. Tater was talking about the Cool Ranch. We're out of Cool Ranch Doritos up in the tower, if you guys remember that. It's like, I hate to say that, but that was the good old days. I don't think it's ever going to happen again. We're not going to get another friend in the tower.
I got 3394 LA Tower, running 25 right, Foxtrot, minus weight. You're at 2312, connect to channel pressure. 2312 now.
That flight was heading to Phoenix, flight 2312, a 737 at max 8. Doing Philippine Flight 102 coming in from Manila, 777 at 300ER, just 7 minutes out will be a north side arrival. American Airlines Flight 306 coming in from JFK at 777 at 200ER, 7 minutes away. And Sichuan Airlines and the Panda Route livery coming from Chengdu, the A350-900, 21 minutes out. Hawaiian Flight 802 coming in from Honolulu, A330-200, 13 minutes away. Also will be a north side arrival. Alright, let's see if I can time this out correctly. I think it's 7:58. If I start the please stand by at 7:58, which is less than a minute, which is now 7:58, you better get with it. All right, please stand by as we make the switch.
Next one, QHL, counter Aiden Trail, Challenger jet, landing 240 at 14, and 25 left.
To Nighthawk, stand by.
Yeah, 47, 275, 08 tower. And number 2 for departure.
The time that would be in the top of the hour, 7:59, should hit 8 p.m. any second. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane and spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Aviation Live Nighthawk territory officially now at 8 p.m. here on May 1st, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. All right, Nighthawk is here. Sit back, relax. We got you covered. All right. Good times. That was perfect timing there. Good job there, Kevin. Off by just a few seconds.
557, keep your speed up, traffic in position, traffic on final. Turn left at Alpha 7 and then turn left on Alpha.
Copy. Speed left on 7, left on Alpha, connect 553.
We do have a Qatar executive heading to Nassau, Gulfstream G50ER. Should be taking off here on the south side. Still waiting on French B, by the way. Still up there on the north side.
557, turn left here, turn left on Alpha, ground 0.75.
Alright, let's take you to the north. French Bay rolling down at 24 left. Heading to Paris Orly, that A350-900.
Red 306 Heavy Yellow Center 5.9 and trail the Boeing 737, wind 240 left 15, run 25 left, clear lane. 25 left.
Alright, we got the Qatar executive taking off 25 left.
Sky 4775 on F Docker, wind 250 at 15, run 25 right, Foxtrot, clear takeoff. 508, no turn, back front, 25 right, Foxtrot, for now, hold short 185 left.
Update that flight tracker.
Departure correction to 59.
Next takeoff, United Express, SkyWest, flight 4775, heading to Phoenix. It's an E-Jet. Now rotating off of 25 right. Looking night. It's like one of these nights where it's kind of like it should be dark already, but it's not. And now the camera is kind of having a hard time. There's some spotlights going on way out there in the distance. This is that American Flight 306 coming up from JFK, 777 at 200ER. Next arrival here on the south side. Philippines. Next heavy arrival on the north side.
2282, correction, hold short, 1025 right. Hold short, 25. Yeah, it's just a 10-way traffic, and that's squeeze out, couple of departures.
You can see there's a lot of moisture in the air.
Airspin 508 on our Docker, wind 240 at 15, running 25 right.
Those lights are just a big blob to the camera.
Runway 08, ground flash white turbos, running 25 right, Foxtrot, line up right.
This reminds me of like an evening we should have had in like January, February, not May.
306 heavy, stay on the runway, do not exit here.
Weird.
Go down to the next one, please.
Yeah, we'll make it the next one.
Runway 808, wind 24015, run 25 right up Foxtrot, clear takeoff. Right up Foxtrot, Person 306 Taxi Hotel Juliet, hold short, running 25 right.
That was Air Sprints heading to Scottsdale, Arizona. The census citation CJ2 plus. Northern Airways Express Cessna Caravan now taking off.
American 346 Heavy at Juliet, South Point 25 right, contact ground.
Cross 25 right at Juliet and over to ground.
Alert 17, testing out tower crossing traffic, running 25 right, Foxtrot, line up away.
Line up and wait, 25 right and hold, circle large.
641 now is Air 5.4, control on Airbus 320, wind 240 at 14, running 25 left, third left.
Next takeoff here on the south side of Volaris, flight 1717 heading to Guadalajara in A320neo. Followed by United Airlines flight 1572 heading to Denver, 737-900ER. Flight coming from JFK, the 777 at 200ER heading into Terminal 4. Philippine flight 102 at next heavy arrival on the north side. We'll take it back to the north, high atop the Itch Hotel coming up. Craig Russell reminded me we do have the Delta A350 in a 100 years livery coming from Atlanta, Georgia, just 20 minutes out. 18 minutes out for that A350. It looks like it might be heading to the north side.
Hold short, running 25 right. Full Air 1717 on that Docker, wind 240 at 13, running 25 right, Foxtrot, clear takeoff.
Arnhem Docker, 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff,
Alright, Volaris now rolling down at 25 right.
LA Tower, running 25 right, Foxtrot, line up away. United 1572 on the Docker, wind 240 at 13, running 25 right, Foxtrot, set takeoff.
Alright, take it back to the north side. Philippines flight 102 coming from Manila.
Direct 403 Heavy LA Tower. Hold short, running 25 left.
Hold short, runway 25 left, hit in 403.
That shot just go wide. All right.
47, you're waiting for 4 north side.
Whatever the cameras want to do. Next takeoff here in the south side, United Airlines flight 1572 heading to Denver, 737-900ER.
Spring 302, Juliet, cross 25 right, contact ground. I don't have any parts in 50 on ground Bravo there. Connecting in 4 Lima, cross 25 right, contact ground. 1572, connect with the output.
This American flying coming from Columbus, Ohio, 737 MAX 8, flight 1994.
321, now 38.5, control southwest. Traffic will be heavy bone 767, holding in position, caution wake turbulence, wind 250, 13125, left third left. Right, left third left over 21.
Next takeoff here on the south side is American Eagle Sky West, flight 6515 heading to Albuquerque, CRJ 700ER. Still waiting on that DHL AVAX flight 403 heading to Cincinnati, Ohio.
Next one, 41, taxi via Hotel Juliet.
Cargo Lux flight 9 to Capita from Luxembourg, a 747-400 freighter 5 minutes out. Will be a south side arrival.
25013, running 25 right at Foxtrot, first takeoff. 25 right at Foxtrot, first takeoff.
United flight coming up from Newark, 757 at 200. It's even hard to see from Imperial Hill.
AVAX 403, heavy traffic 7 mile final, running 25 left, minus wait.
Runway 25 left, line up and wait, AVAX 403 heading.
Flight jet 487, hold short, running 25 left.
Hold short, running 25 left.
It looks like a level went to the north side for a takeoff. Seems to be on the menu here tonight. All north side takeoffs. We got that AVX converted 767 in the Avengers livery. Going to be taking off 25 at left. Up next. This is flight coming from Newark. Now heads over there. Terminal 7 or 8 here on the south side. Have a good night. Safe 2002. Don't forget, we'll be back on Sunday, started at 8 a.m. back here in Imperial Hill. We'll take you to the north side. United Airlines flight 2240 coming up from Denver. It's a A321neo. Next arrival on the north side. Do have that Cargolux Queen at number 2 on the south. Emojis. All right, we'll take it back here to the south side. That is Cargolux Flight 9, a 747-400 freighter, 26 years of age. arriving directly on time. Scheduled arrival was 8:17 and she'll be touching down at exactly 8:17 for this Queen. Will she go long? You can see all the moisture in the air as we look out to the east.
Flexion 4887, flying runway heading and maintain 3000, 1250 at 13 or may 25 right at Foxtrot.
Looks cold out there. It's like we're in Seattle or something.
Foxtrot, line of voice.
Hello, Eagle 784, ILS 255.
Eagle 784, Lake Tahoe, confirmation turbulence 7747, short final, wind 250 at 13, or may 25 left middle.
Okay, Tahoe, turbulence, there's the last 255, Eagle 784.
Breeze 1166, after road runway contact.
Air Center Freight 1166, heavy LA Tower, wind 250 at 13, or may 25 left, clear land.
Runway 256.
All right, will she go along for us? More than likely not. I don't think in any of our Friday night streams here at Imperial Hill that we've had cargo lux going all the way to Lima.
Flexion 47, contact SoCal departure.
Roger, Flexion 47.
Looks like an Alpha 8 turn off.
Cargo left sign, heavy turn left Alpha 8, turn left on Alpha, and contact on 0.75.
All planes, Alpha 1175.
All right, the Alpha 8 turn off for the Queen. Hawaiian Flight 802 coming up from Honolulu, another A330-200 at next heavy arrival on the north side. Down at taxiway Alpha. We will take it back to the north side. Hawaiian A330, number 3 for arrival is Sichuan in the Bandit Route livery, flight 3837. Running about 10 minutes early.
4087 LA Tower, wind 250 at 13, or may 25 left, clear land.
So we got some movement on a 777 there in the alleyway.
7 caution turbulence, 6.5 miles in trail, heavy 777.
It's flight heading to London Heathrow, flight 134. All right, let's take it back to the north side. Hawaiian coming in from Honolulu on that A330-200, flight 802. We have a Air China Cargo 777 freighter coming in from Miami. Next heavy arrival on the south side. Put her down there.
Okay, taxi hotel to Lima, Lima, here to runway 25 right, 74.
All right, should be a south side takeoff for this 777 at 300ER with American flight heading to London Heathrow. Our next arrival is at Air China Cargo, flight 1166 coming from Miami. Running a little early here today. Scheduled arrival time is 9:06. Estimated now at 8:21. We'll head over here to the excuse me, to the south side. It's a big glob.
Contact ground on 0.75, good night.
Ground 0.75, Romeo 784, good night.
For the record, I don't like that shot. I really don't. I got to use it tonight because we don't have our 24-hour cameras working here on the south side. They're working just great on the north. We're having some issues with the south side here today, but I just, for the photographer and me, I really just, I don't like that shot. But you got to do what you got to do, right? All right, we do have Sichuan at A350, next arrival on the north side.
Turn left Alpha 8, turn left on Alpha, and contact ground on 0.75.
All right, Alpha 8, turn off.
Turn left to Alpha 8, then turn left to Alpha, contact 0.75 degrees, 1 left.
So another Alpha 8, turn off. Take it back to the north side. Sichuan is our next arrival. I know. You got to do what you got to do. We get so spoiled with those 24-hour cameras. Take it back to the north side. Sichuan coming in from Chengdu, flight 3837 in the Panda route livery, the A350-900. Will be followed by another special livery there on the north side, Delta in the 100-year livery, flight 500 coming in from Atlanta, A350, number 2 for arrival. Right, that was 3 weeks tonight we had our party. 3 weeks tonight. Wow. That's almost been a month. That is crazy to think. Arizona Rails, you just, I mean, think about it. 3 weeks ago tonight, where was our 5-year anniversary party high atop the H Hotel. 3 weeks. Where did those weeks go? 3 weeks. That is just crazy. Wow. All right. Get over yourself there, Kevin. Bring everyone back to the north side. That is the American 777 300ER heading to London Heathrow. All right, back to the north side. Another A350-900 special livery, 100-year livery, flight 500 with Delta coming in from Atlanta. livery at night on that A350 there on the north side. This is a American Dreamliner. They're towing away a 787-8 Dreamliner originally coming in from Miami.
Alright, Hotel Juliet, start crossing the flight right from West to flight
47, make the right turn on Lima, crossing 25 right, contact ground point 75.
Making a turn on Tequila. Interesting.
Delta BJ 45, LA Tower, traffic crossing downfield, and 25 right at Fox Carolina Point.
Also bringing back the Air New Zealand 777 at 300ER. The flight that will head back to Auckland. Timmy 360 with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Timmy. Says happy Friday. Thanks for the majestic pictures. Such a beautiful night there at LAX. Hope everyone enjoys their evening, and may the 1st be with you. Can you believe, Timmy? It's been 3 weeks since a party there at the H Hotel. Timmy was there. By the way, where is the moon here tonight? I thought it was rising at about 8:30. I don't see anything unless it's blocked by the clouds. We're doing that American 777. It started its taxi for a south side at takeoff. Alice says it should be any time. I don't know if the clouds are blocking the view. All right, making that left-hand turn onto Disco Lane, bringing the 777 back to the gates of Tom Bradley. Our next takeoff here on the south side, United Express, SkyWest Flight 5345, heading to Palm Springs, California in the E-Jet. Look at this, we got a Delta 767 to 300ER coming from Kahului, Flight 1634, number 2, for arrival on the north.
Delta 883 amended instructions. Make the right turn on Lima. Crossing 25 right at Lima and ground point 75.
Here on the south side, CMA CGM Air Cargo coming in from Mexico City. 777 freighter 3 minutes out.
Delta 488 exit Hotel 7, Benson Lufton Hotel.
Hotel 7 Lufton Hotel for Delta 488.
Alright, looks like Sichuan also heading
Delta 488
into the gates.
Juliet, contact ground point 75, connect.
25 right at Juliet, ground point 75, Delta 488, connect.
Seems a little later than usual for Air New Zealand. I don't know if this is the second flight. Oh, there's Mr. Spider back on my iPad. Every Friday night, Mr. Spider is always on my computer or the iPad. Never misses a Friday night. That Spider. Now I'm getting used to him. What's up, Mr. Spider? Make yourself at home. The first night I saw the Spider, I was running down Imperial Highway. I don't like spiders, and I don't like snakes, but Mr. Spider over here, he's all right. Seems harmless.
Delta 301 LA Tower, constantly turbulence, 8 miles in trail, heavy 777, wind 24011, runway 25 left, clear land.
Guys, look out to the east. There's a few plane spotters here at Imperial Hill. It's been kind of quiet here for the most part.
45011 without
At,
delay off the runway. Turn right
Clutter's
at Hotel 4
Park.
without delay.
But people coming out to watch the planes now, enjoying an evening here in Los Angeles. Doing a little stretching. And plane spotting.
45011, make the right turn at Hotel 5. Option 25 right at Hotel 5 behind that United 73 on Bravo, 0.75.
All right, we do have that American 777 going to be taking off here shortly. Still making its way down. Turkish popping up on the radar as well. That 777 heading back to Istanbul should be pushing back here shortly. All right, got back-to-back Delta Heavies for you on the north side. The first one, the flight coming in from Kahului, be followed by Delta Flight 427 coming in from Honolulu, also a 767-300ER. Turkish now pushing back.
1684, taxi Hotel Juliet, then hold short at runway 25 right.
Hotel Juliet, short 25 right.
American 134 heavy.
This one coming in from Kahului, Delta 767-300ER. There's Mr. Spider. Popping a wheel over there on the north side. All right, looks like Turkish will be staying here on the south side with that tail heading to the north. I know, right? I took a photo of Mr. Spider and I sent it to Allison. She's freaking out. I know, it is pretty big. I think it's the same spider that comes here every Friday. All right, they got the 777-300ER heading to London Heathrow, now rolling down 25 at right.
Delta 1584, crossing to Governor Juliet, contact on turn left off the 8, turn left on Alpha to clear, and then contact on Alpha 75.
Alright, we didn't have that CMA. Let's take you back to the north side of the second Delta 767-300ER. This one coming in from Honolulu. Delta A330-200 coming up from JFK, flight 353, 3 minutes out, north side arrival as well. All right, Turkish. The 777-300ER is our only hope for another south side heavy departure at this point. Also heading to the north side for arrival, China Airlines flight 8 coming in from Taipei, 777-300ER 4 minutes out. And EVA flight 16 coming in from Taipei, 777-300ER 7 minutes away, also a north side arrival. Starbucks Flight 2 coming in from Taipei, running a little early here today. 8:58 is the estimated arrival time. Scheduled time is 9 to 10. That is 23 minutes away.
Regular 273 late tower with 240 at 10.
The front there in Chicago, Linda Gavinsky, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. Linda, I got a question for you. Why is my face so large on your profile photo? Like I'm super huge next to you. I can hear it right now. I'm sorry. No, it's all good. Thank you, Linda. Windy. There in Chicago.
Delta 301, Taxi Hotel, Juliet, Crossway 25 right, and contact on point 75.
Alright, Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, ground point.
Wow, look at that. Number 2 worldwide, Spirit Airlines Flight 33, the Sprinkles livery, coming up in Newark. 1 hour and 6 minutes out. Estimated arrival time is 9:43. Number 2 worldwide track by 711 of you guys. Are you guys tracking it on Flight Radar? Are you one of the 700 tracking Flight 33 Spirit? Is this, so do we get it confirmed this could be the last, is this the last Spirit flight ever here to Los Angeles? Anybody got that confirmed? Anybody know?
Southwest 898, exit right, Hotel 7, then a Juliet, Crossway 25 right, contact on point 75.
Oh, CFI on the fly says that one is going to be the 4th or the 5th last arrival. 1833 is going to be the last from Detroit to DFW. Gotcha.
American 421 LA Tower, wind 240 at 12, runway 25 left, clear left.
Is everyone in the tracking world just tracking every Spirit flight at this point? Back to the north side. Delta Airlines Flight 353 coming up from JFK and A330-200. Old Northwest bird delivered to Northwest Airlines in October of 2004. As our next arrival on the north side will be followed by China Airlines, the 777-300ER coming up from Taipei. Oh, that's true. It is the last arrival at LAX. Turkish Flight 9 heading back to Istanbul. Now I'm heading here for a south side takeoff. So much moisture in the air. With the $2 super chat. Spirit expected to cease operations at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, May 2nd. So That would be 1, 12, 11 p.m. here on the West Coast.
American 3273, exit right, Hotel 7, the next U-ish, crossing the 25 right, ground point 75.
Alright, ready to turn.
All right, Turkish should be making the turn onto taxiway Bravo.
32.
China Airlines to 777 and next heavy arrival there on the north side.
Good evening, wind 250 at 11, wind 25 left, turn right.
All right, we'll take you back to the north side. China Airlines 777 at 300ER up next.
American Central, LA Tower, wind 250 at 12, wind 25 left, turn right.
Aer Lingus also heading up for north side takeoff. Also have American Airlines flight 2785 heading to Vegas. An A321neo should be actually just pulled off onto Charlie. So Turkish might be our next takeoff here on the north. Not a ton of action here today on the south side. If you guys have any up, make sure to hit that like button, feed the beast as we call it. If you are new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button on this channel as well as our second channel, Airline Videos Live Plus. That's where you can find our 24/7 live streams from high atop the H Hotel. We've been taking those cameras throughout today's broadcast. Both the channels here on the YouTube. Too many FedEx departures here tonight either, I've noticed. Also have United flight 2397 heading to Newark. It's a 777 at 200ER. Lighting up, should have a south side takeoff. EVA flight 16. The 777 at 300ER coming from Taipei, number 2, actually number 3 for arrival on the north side. DHL Aerologic box coming in from Frankfurt, the 777 freighter 16 minutes out. Flight 9754, it's an Airbus A330neo heading to Seattle, Washington. There goes Aer Lingus.
Go 5558, turn right, Hotel 6, turn left on Hotel.
Hotel 6, right,
Left on Hotel. 558, crossing me 25 at Juliet, and contact ground on point 7.
How you doing? Alright, they are bringing back the Asiana A380 Super back over here. We'll go grab that shot here in a second. We'll take it back to the north side as Eva, number 2 for Rival. Thank you, John. John says, I love your stream. Your videos are so clean and clear, and that is what I expect from a quality plane spotter. Way to go, guys. Well, thank you, John. We try our best. All right, let's go to the, you know what, let me show you this, because there's like a spotlight. You guys see it? It comes and goes, just left. There's like a spotlight. I don't know if it's coming from Intuit Dome out there to the east. It feels like it's a little bit farther out from that. But there's like a spotlight. That's going, there you go, you see it? Going all the way straight into the air. Signaling to Batman. Batman, are you there?
614, taxi hotel, Juliet, cross me 25 right, contact ground on point 75.
Alright, Hotel Juliet, cross.
It's a Bear Shallow gifting 1 Airline Videos Live at membership. Appreciate that.
Trigger 10 heavy late tower traffic will be crossing downfield.
So look at that, look at that.
Foxtrot, line up and wait.
That's a pretty powerful spotlight. Batman, you are needed. Did that plane just, I think that plane just flew right through that. I don't even know if that's legal. Did that plane just fly through that spotlight? Let's take you back to the north side. Eva, Flight 16 coming in from Taipei. We're in the older livery. Bringing back the Asiana A380 Super. This was originally flight 204 coming in this afternoon. Still waiting on that Turkish 777 here on the south side.
Turkish 10 heavy, wind 240 at 11, RNAV to Docker, make you private at Foxtrot, for takeoff. December 4 single steer, caution with turbulence, heavy 777 will be departing the airport.
Copy 1780.
Making that left-hand turn onto Disco Lane. Turkish Flight 10 heading back to Istanbul. Now starting its roll down to 25 at right. Should also be seeing that Korean Air A380 being brought back to the gates as well. Let's go to Turkish.
heavy contact, still got a person.
Coming up on the 9 o'clock hour. This plane spotting night has just flown by. Of course, we're not going anywhere until that Spirit flight arrives for the very last time here to LAX. And then Kevin's gonna pack up like nobody's business, so I don't get in trouble by the police. You're supposed to be out of here by 10 o'clock. I believe that aircraft is arriving at 9:51, so give me about 5 minutes to pack everything up. You guys would pay any fines? All right, thanks, Pam. I'll say, don't you know who I am? I'm the king of LAX. I don't think they care. Here we do have Starlux, Flight 2, coming up from Taipei, A350 900, 8 minutes out, north side arrival as we're stacking up all the planes back there at Tom Bradley. I'm looking out there in the distance. I don't see any movement on the Korean Air A380 or the Qantas A380 at this point. Usually they're heading over here. Well, at least Korean, I think they usually bring it over toward the end of the show. So probably about 9:30, 9:40, you'll see the Korean A380 Super. Also on the second Singapore A350, Flight 38, coming from Singapore, running about 15 minutes early, 10 minutes away, will be a north side arrival. Let's take a look over there at the West Gates. Let's take a look inside the West Gates, because technically that's where Spirit would be. Looks pretty packed in there. I would believe that most of those people that you see inside there are going on that Frontier flight. I think that's the busiest we've ever seen the West Gates at this time, though. Because they wouldn't be waiting. They wouldn't be waiting to get on that Spirit flight, because apparently it's not going anywhere. We corrected, arrives here and will not depart back to another city. It will just at some point leave and probably be ferried out to Victorville or Arizona. But that's a lot of people in there. I don't think I've ever seen that many people, and there's not that many planes in this is the extension of the West Gates. So everyone must be going on those turn this down a little bit. Oh, it looks like we got 3 Frontier planes there, so that's a lot of people going on Frontier. Good night on the road. Everyone's leaving me. Will you all be back for 8 a.m. on Sunday for the big Sunday show? I'm bringing back something on Sunday that we haven't done in a really long time. Robert knows what I'm talking about. He doesn't know because he doesn't know what I'm talking about, but Robert knows. If I told him, he would know. But he doesn't know because I didn't tell him. But if he did, he would be like, oh yeah, I remember those. Yeah. I will say one thing that is coming back on Sunday. The pop quizzes. The pop quizzes will be back on Sunday, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm bringing back something that we used to have here on the show, and I'm talking about probably, I want to say, almost 3 years ago. We have not had this on the show. We bring it back on Sunday. Interesting. Jeez, what might it be, Kevin? I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. But Allison knows. I believe that flight to Seattle, A330neo, taking off there on the north side.
2120 LA Tower, wind at 240 at 10, caution wind turbulence, 7 miles in trail, heavy 777, runway 25 left, steered left.
Go ahead, 25 left,
Southwest 158, turn left on Hotel and hold short of Quebec.
Left on Hotel, short of Quebec, Southwest 158.
No, Shrimp Flea is like, I hope it's not the chipmunk voice. No.
US 2681, wind 250 at 10, RNAV Doctor.
No. And what was his name? The one that flew the planes? What was his name? The one that flew the yellow plane. What was his name? Rusty. Rusty the pilot. No, it's not Rusty the pilot. It's not any of those people that used to be on the show. Ducky Pam with a $5 tip alert. Says nobody can tease like Kevin. I don't like to tease you guys. I'll tell you, if you guys want to know what I'm talking about, I'll tell you. It's not that big of a deal. I think I actually brought this up weeks ago on a Sunday show. So I've already thrown it out there weeks ago. Alright. Well, don't, you guys are going to be able to get that, really? That's what you're bringing back? Okay. Alright, this is Aerologic. Box arriving, going short, Alpha 8 turn off.
American 1451, 10 miles, ILS 25 left.
American 1451 LA Tower, wind 250 at 11, runway 25 left, clear left. Southwest 158, turn right Quebec, runway 25 right, ground 27 left.
Right turn Quebec, 25 right, ground 27 Southwest 158.
Box going short. Alright, you know what it is? I'll tell you at the top of the hour. Singapore flight, not pushing back. Will this be interesting if we get Singapore as a south-sided takeoff? Simon becoming a silver member once again. Thank you, Simon. Flight 35 heading back to Singapore. This A350-900 with that tail pointing to the north should be a south side at takeoff. I can't tell you the last time I've seen a Singapore A350 taken off here on the south side, at least on our show. I remember back in 2019 being out here at an Imperial Hill, we actually had a Singapore A350 afternoon departure.
You have 1157 Heavy LA Tower, winds 25012, runway 25 left, clear your climb. Taxi Hotel Juliet.
All right, sink it to officially to the top of the hour.
Juliet,
And it's just after 9 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX Plane and Spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Friday, May 1st, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys. 9 o'clock hour. Don't go anywhere. The last Spirit flight arrival here at LAX coming up in just a bit. I've got you covered. All right, here's what I'm bringing back on Sunday. Don't feel too disappointed. Weather updates. I'm going to be a weatherman again. The weather updates. Remember the weather updates? Anybody been here long enough to remember the weather updates? I had a lot of fun with the weather updates. I'm bringing those back. The weather updates. I'm officially your weatherman once again on Sunday. So it'll only happen on Sundays. It's only for Sundays, not every show like it used to be. You'll just be on the Sunday show. It's been a long time since we've had the weather updates, because once we went the flight tracker, once we had the flight tracker on the bottom of your screen like you see right now, we got rid of the weather updates because we had the weather constantly, so there was no reason to have the weather updates. But I kind of miss telling you guys what the current temperature is. Emily says the weather on the 8th. Should I do it every 8? Does it be 8 after the hour? Really? Should I do it at 8 after the hour? Oh boy, I don't know if I can do that. It's hard enough time doing top of the hour. Day forecast. I don't know if it's that involved. It's just the current temperature. We'll give it to you in Fahrenheit and Celsius. If anybody remembers that, that was probably at least 3 years ago that we did that. We stopped doing that, I should say.
Put the 2202 exit right Hotel 7 and then turn left on Hotel, short set.
Okay, just 7 Hotel.
Finally had that Coletta Air 777-300ER. This is a converted passenger plane, now cargo plane, Flight 524, heading to Seoul. I believe this is an old Emirates 777 and now finally pushed back on Alpha. Jane remembers. There at the Game Boy remembers. Linda says, how about every 30 minutes? I think I'll just do it anytime I need to fill some time. AKA, we got no planes. Well, we're going to go to the weather. Let's check in on the weather since we got no planes. Robert Brown, you remember. One-time viewers, you guys.
American 2785, winds 250.
Singapore with its taxi lights on should head here for south side at takeoff.
United 1605, contact Hotel.
Tomcat says, traffic and weather every 30 minutes, like KNX radio. I'll do my best to give it as often as I can, but I think it's more just, you know, we got nothing going on and toss to the weather.
Good evening, wind 240 at 8, runway 25 left, clear to land.
We do have Starlux, next heavy arrival on the north side. Flight coming from Taipei at that A350-900. A350 lined up for departure on the 24 left. Alright, Singapore now making that turn onto Bravo. Will now head down for a south side takeoff, 25 right.
American 2785, contact Hotel Departure.
Good night. Thanks for the good work, man. Until next time.
Let's go to that Air France rolling down the 24 left there on the north side.
United 353 Heavy, turn right Hotel 7, left off Hotel, hold short of Quebec for an occupied gate.
Right on Hotel 7, left on Hotel, short of Quebec. United 3.
United 2372, late time,
Those lights.
0 at 10,
Cool.
approximate trim 7 miles in trail, heavy Dreamliner, runway 25 left, clear to land.
The second Singapore flight on its way in, flight 38. Next arrival there on the north side. Singapore, arrival there on the north side, back to the south side, the flight back to Singapore, still continuing its taxi down to Bravo. Still got that Coletta plane chain at 777-300ER, converted passenger plane, now cargo plane for Coletta, continuing its taxi down for a south side takeoffs on the 25s.
It's 14, exit here, Hotel 7, then a Juliet, Foxtrot 25 right, now 475. So Hotel 7 across 25 right, approach 7 on the other side, nice, good, 2524, heavy late tire, you all set for running 25 left.
It sounds like Coletta will be taking off 25 left for that plane chain at 777.
Also 1324 late tire, wind 23010, runway 25 left, good line. United 2372, confirm turbulence, every 777 will be holding in position. 2524 Heavy, continue moving forward.
Loper 5 with the $5 super chat. This is when the Spirit flight arrives. Keep your ears open for any farewell comments from ATC and other pilots once it lands.
2524 Heavy, traffic 6 mile final, be ready to go.
That's true. I don't know if it's north or south side. I do have the capability of changing the frequency to the north or the south or ground as well. All right, British Airways. I'm sorry, 777. No, it's an A380 there, Kevin. Mr. Anderson himself with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Mr. Anderson. Says, could you play retro synthwave music for the weather on the 8th? Actually, we already have weather for the weather updates. It's actually quite good music. I think you'll like it. Tune in on Sunday, starting at 8 a.m.
2524 Heavy, winds 23010, are now Piper, runway 25 left, clear table. Virgin 2303 Heavy, continue hotel.
All right, the Coletta 777. Next takeoff on the closest runway to our cameras, 25 left. This A380 will head up there to the north side for a takeoff on the 24 left.
24010, runway 25 left, clear line.
Let's break away from that, even though it's a beautiful shot. We do with that Coletta 777 at 300 ER. Flight 524, again heading to Seoul, the 777 at 300 ER, an old passenger plane, registration N770CK, 19 years of age, delivered in 2006 as a passenger plane.
At 2372, taxi hotel, Juliet, and hold short of runway 25.
Right, Singapore, next heavy departure here on the south side.
Singapore 35 Heavy, late tower, contour, turbulence, departed Heavy 777, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and lane.
Spirit flight 33, now tracked by 959 people there on Flight Radar 24, coming from Newark, the A320, 31 minutes away, running about 20 minutes early here in the LAX.
Winds 25010, runway 25 left, clear line, where do you park? Singapore 35 Heavy, winds 25010, are now at the Docker, runway 25 out of Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Docker, runway 25 right, clear takeoff,
Ryanair 2118, LA Tower, contour, turbulence, departed Heavy.
Yeah, you got that right. Larry was talking about how those 777 300 ERs as cargo planes are very rare. Coletta, the only one that actually has those.
Connect 1506 LA Tower, winds 25010, runway 25 left, clear line.
It's a Virgin flight coming in from London Heathrow. Flight 23, Dreamliner.
Hotel 7 and hold short at runway 25 out of Juliet.
Singapore now rolling down.
United 2372, traffic hold in position for you. Cross me 25 at Juliet, right on Bravo to clear, and contact on 175.
Juliet, cross to the right, Bravo, and open up with my message.
Singapore 6570, contact close at departure, good night.
Singapore 6570, good night.
Beautiful. Again, you're looking at British Airways Flight 268, the A380 Super heading back to London Heathrow. Departure time is 8:50, currently 9:16, running a little bit late. Of course, departure time is pushed back from the gates.
Q46 taxi hotel Juliet and hold short from Q5 right.
Have another Air France A350. This one coming from Paris, flight 28, 12 minutes out. This one running early here today. Scheduled arrival time 9:55, estimated now at 9:29. Doing a little rudder action there on that A380 Super. Another friendly reminder, if you guys haven't yet, if you're liking today's broadcast, make sure to hit that like button, feed the beast as we call it, subscribe if you're new. Out of here. All right. Good to see you. All right. Yeah, stop by. All right, sounds good. I would assume so. I don't know. Yeah, let's see.
Delta 2170, LA Tower, 1250 at 9er, runway 25 left, Airline.
Got it. All right. Okay. Are you still over here in Westchester? Okay. All right. Have a good night. Where's Scott? He's go in the car? All right. All right. See you guys. I know, it's kind of chilly. All right. Good night. Robert's leaving.
American 1479, LA Tower, 1250 at 9er, runway 25 left, Airline.
In front of that A380 is the Singapore flight. And of course, if you haven't heard, we are starting the Sunday show starting at 8 a.m. Pacific. 8 a.m. Pacific will be back here at Imperial Hill. 8 a.m. on Sundays from now on. Now that used to be our start time before Kevin screwed up his arm, if you guys remember that. And so we changed it to 10 a.m. to kind of start the show when Rudy could be here. So now we're going back to 8 a.m. The old-timey time slots. The old-timey time slot. Back again. What's old is new again. All right, Speedbird now starting his taxi. We'll head up there to the north side. Cabin lights still on.
1706 at the right hotel, and turn left on hotel for an occupied gate.
Right, hotel 7, left on hotel, United 1706.
There's 1706 taxi hotel and hold short of Quebec.
Down hold short of Quebec, United 1706.
Latam at 767 to 300ER heading to Lima, Peru. Pop it up on the radar. Looks like that Air France coming up from Paris. Going to be a north side arrival. Spirit, Flight 33, still number 2, worldwide track there on Flight Radar 24, now tracked by over 1,200 people now tracking that flight into LAX. Flight 33, just 26 minutes out. Matt with a $15 super chat through to Bullard. Thank you so much, Matt. Says, thanks for the relaxing evening of plane spotting on a Friday night to wind down from the work week. Well, my pleasure. Matt, thank you for your support of the channel. We have Alaska Flight 1450 heading to SFO at 737-900ER. Should be making its way over here to the south side in terms of departures. Not a lot here tonight on the south side. That's all right. The ones we have had, even including Singapore taken off here on the south side. I don't think we've got the Singapore A350 taken off here on the south side on any of our Friday night live streams from Imperial Hills. We'll take that. Speaking of, the second Singapore A350 now heading into the gates. The last Spirit flight will land in Dallas about midnight tonight, which would make it 2 a.m. there on the East Coast. I've got some, you can't even see with your bare eye, but there's a United Dreamliner just off to my left over here. Flight came in from Newark, Flight 353. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner landing about 5 minutes ago.
American 1479, taxi hotel.
There's also a 737 MAX 9 that came in from Houston, Texas, Flight 1706, just behind that.
American 1479, traffic will hold in position, approximately 2 private at Juliet, traffic ground on point 75.
Must be short on the gates there at Terminal 7. We'll take it back to the north side here shortly as Air France Flight 28 coming up from Paris, A350-900, just 3 minutes out.
At a 353 heavy company behind you has an 058 taxi forward and hold short of Bravo 7.
Taxi forward and hold short of Bravo 7.
So the Dreamliner has to move forward because this flight has a gate open.
Okay, as soon as they move, I'll get you going.
That Dreamliner does not have a gate. We'll move out of the way for the 737. So the Korean Air A380 Super as well as the Qantas A380 Super now back both up on the radar. Of course, should we see any movement out there? Not seeing anything over at the Qantas hangar. I would assume it's that one just to the left of the hangar. Timmy says you can still book Spirit flights on their website. Well, now why would you want to do that?
3348, winds 220 ready, RNAV Stalker, runway 25 at Foxtrot, for takeoff. Alaska 1450, LA Tower, 25 at Foxtrot, line up away.
like there'll be a water cannon salute for Spirit. So that Dreamliner moved up a little bit there on Hotel to make way for the 737 that has a gate, a flight from Houston. Looks like that Spirit might be the north side arrival. To the north side here shortly is Air France coming in from Paris. Speedbird also heading into 24 left there on the north side.
Oscar 1450 when 220 ready on that doctor on the 250 Foxtrot, Pacifica. United Flight 58 LA time when 220 at 7 or make 25 left to the line.
Alright, we should be able, there we go. Alright, taking it back to the north side. Air France Flight 28 coming in from Paris, the A350-900. This aircraft 2 years of age, delivered in March of 2024.
American 3, taxi hotel, and Aviva will short out Bravo 30.
Hotel, Aviva will short Bravo 7.
All those tails lined up there at the west gates. We have there's no scheduled departures here on the south side at this moment. Movement out there in the west mode. I do see the Creener tail moving. Speedbird British Airways number 2 for takeoff there on the north. Spirits, get this. I'm looking at Flight Radar right now. 2,000. There is only 1.5 thousand of you guys watching right now on our stream. So there's 2,000 people tracking this flight. Number one worldwide tracked flight on Flight Radar 24. 33 is the flight number. The Skittles, the old livery for Spirit, A320-200. Estimated arrival time at 9:42. Looks like a north side arrival. Of course, it will have to come over here to the south side. We'll see what happens. I expect nothing out of the ordinary. Of course, that is where it will end up. That gate. Looks like it could be a south side arrival. I think I'd rather have it north side. The flight from Newark, the Dreamliner, now heading over there, Terminal 7. Should be seeing that Korean Air A380 Super here being towed back to the gates as well.
Tower, that keeps 70 Alpha still off. That is
1213, you said they called for the push?
Yep.
1213, cross runway 25 right at Lima and contact ground point 75.
25 right at Lima and ground point 75. 1213.
Let's take a look back out there to Qantas. I do see the A380 is now moving back. I think that's the one. There's only one over there. Almost 2,200 people. 2,200 people tracking that last Spirit. The Tom 767 heading down for a south side at takeoff. It's like 2477 heading to Lima, Peru. We also have that United 777 finally heading to Newark. Flight 2397 also heading down for a south side at takeoff. Speedbird up there on the north side.
JetBlue 423, hold short of runway 25 right at Quebec.
Interesting night out here tonight. Kind of eerie looking kind of night, low clouds, kind of cooler, foggy-ish. All right, Speedbird now rolling down the north side. Super heading back to London Heathrow, rolling down to 24 left.
JetBlue 423, turn right at Lima, south 25 right, contact ground point 75, pass behind United.
Alright, looks like Spirit now at number 2 for arrival there on the north side. tracked by almost 2,400 people at 9:36 Pacific time. That is 1:36 for you guys there on the East Coast. Definitely a lot of interest here tonight of the last remaining flights of Spirit Airlines.
Hotel 6, take parking.
Hotel 6 and we're parked at 48 Charles.
American 26 taxi, taxi Hotel to Juliet, at Juliet cross, runway 25 right, contact ground point 75, transfer hold in position.
Hotel to Juliet, cross 25 left, 25 right at Juliet, and then contact ground.
We've got those two heavies marching down for Southside at takeoffs.
United 2397 heavy light tower, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line of way, transfer cross.
5 right, Foxtrot, line of right, 29.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's only 12:36 East Coast time.
American 3, they just pushed you across runway 25 right at Bravo 17 and contact ground point 75.
Cross 25 right at Bravo 17.
All right, I'm going to turn ATC to the north. So they should be checking in here. Number 2 for arrival just over Walnut Park, north of Southgate. Spirit Flight 33.
Spirit 4101, super turn south on at 1.7. So as long as you're out of that by about 3 miles off the departure end, you should be out of the way. Contact SoCal departure.
So I've turned. I have turned the north side ATC on. Thought I saw some movement out there outside the gate. Let's take a look inside. Empty. A janitor. That's all that's in the West Gates. Spirit still number 2 for arrival, just passing the 110 freeway as they're bringing back the Qantas A380 Super here to the gates of Tom Bradley.
Tower Delta 694, ILS 24 right.
Delta 694, LA Tower 5.8, controlled by Airbus 320, wind 230 at 9, running 24 right, clear to land.
24 right, clear to land, 72 Delta 649.
Delta 339, talk to Victor, cross wind 24 left, contact ground. Victor, cross 24 left, ground, Delta 339.
Spirits approaching the 405 freeway should be checking in for arrival on the 24 right.
Delta 2886 OTR, following heavy traffic off the south side, controlling Sherlock, running 24 left, line up away. Line up away, 24 left, Southwest 2886.
There it is, Spirit Airlines Flight 33. Coming in from Newark, Over 3,500 people tracking this flight on Flight Radar 24. Final flights into LAX for Spirit.
Left clear takeoff.
I have Del Rey, left clear, 20 feet.
Spirit is 33, turn left at Whiskey, hold short, runway 24 left.
Left at Whiskey, hold short 24 left, Spirit wing, 33.
Alright, so nothing on a tower. Let me,
American 10 Heavy, taxi, whenever you're ready. There's a couple guys in front of us.
try the ground and see if they say anything.
That's American 10 Heavy. We're ready to taxi. I understand. There's a guy turning here, so I know it'll be just a minute.
Let's Charlie 6, Bravo, Charlie 5 here at 113.
Alaska 207 and the Charlie 7 out with
Alright, so Korean A3D Super
yeah, Bravo, right at Foxtrot.
heading into the gates there on the north side is Qantas. Now makes that turn on to Lima. Alright, so the Spirit should be heading over here to the south side, heading into the west gates. I've got ground on.
Push tail west on Charlie 25 right at Fox, Sky 133. You guys 1213, you want to Sky
Alright, this is what we love about nighttime at plane spotting. Two A380s in the exact same shot. Korean Air there on Kilo as Qantas heads over to the gates. Doesn't sound very good.
I'm seeing that time's coming up here pretty quick here, so turn right on November, turn right on Echo, pass behind the Delta Airbus.
The number Echo behind Delta, everybody stop here.
Delta 74, taxi over Delta 7. 23, other guys ready?
Alright, Spirit looks like it's
Delta 694 at Delta 10,
coming down the
wait for
bridge
the
route.
American out of the alleyway.
Right for American at Delta 10, Delta 694.
American 3622.
Can you at least taxi out of there, or do you need to do it all where you are?
We'll be out in Gilbert.
Okay. I'm not trying to rush it to the runway. Just want to get this guy onto the gate here. Just want to make sure he gets on there.
Delta 290
Delta 2908, runway 24 left, taxi via Echo, and the 86 is November.
They're now officially on the south side.
2908, monitor tower 1339. Good night. taxi ramp.
Turn it back to ground south.
Wing 33, Charlie to Charlie 13. Charlie to Charlie 13, Spirit Wing 33. Yeah, 5636 on the ground, taxi via Bravo, hold short of Charlie 6, let me know when you're clear then.
Bravo, hold short, Charlie 6, we'll let you know. Got 56.
American 10 Heavy, monitor tower, 120, point out of 5.
Get 10 Heavy, good night.
United 68 Bravo Heavy, 50 via Charlie, hold short of Charlie 6.
Ground 11402 Echo at the top of the alley on Charlie 8, ready?
11402 Echo LA ground, hold short of Charlie.
Hold short Charlie 402 Echo.
United 2397 Heavy, are you able to taxi right now?
Ground 5636, we're giving way 2 out into the alley and then we're okay to go into the gate.
Yeah, 5636 Roger, hold short of Charlie 6 for now.
Hold short Charlie 6, I got 5630.
United 68 Bravo Heavy, continue Charlie to the gate.
Ground 742 Charlie 6, back to November.
Got 4653 runway 25 right at Foxtrot, left is Heavy United still pass on Charlie and then taxi via Bravo.
25 right and Foxtrot via Bravo, on United Heavy Emirates, all for launch now.
United 1213 Bravo, Charlie 6 to the ramp as able. Alaska 402 Echo, turn right onto Bravo, then Charlie 9 Charlie, short of Yankee.
Right onto Bravo, Charlie 9, Charlie, short of Yankee, Alaska 402 Echo.
Number 2 and Charlie 6, proceed via Bravo and Charlie 3.
Yeah, 1213, we're number 2 here, Charlie 6.
There it is. Pulling into the gate for the very last time.
Charlie 6 and enable, 1213.
Ground, jump to 12 Bravo at Charlie 15, requesting jump. Jump to Charlie 15, proceed via Charlie, November North through. Charlie North through, jump to 12 Bravo.
3,321 people tracking this flight on Flight Radar 24 here tonight. Flight 33 coming in from Newark, an A320. All reports pointing that this is one of the last Spirit flights here tonight.
Skyline 6381, 25 right at Foxtrot, next to Charlie Bravo.
25 right at Fox 2, Charlie 8 Bravo, go 3380.
United 679, go ahead. United 679, approved as requested.
Ground go 5636, we're going to go into the gate.
Got 4652, wheels up for San Francisco at 577 minutes, Monica Tower, 120, point out of 580 November.
All right, we do have American Airlines Flight 10 heading to JFK, 777 at 200 next takeoff here on the south side as we just look, we just stare, we just observe. Possibly could be the last Spirit flight here at LAX ever.
Skyline 3380, Monica Tower, 120, point out of 580 November.
We're on the limo, south, go 3380.
United 2397 Heavy, just keep me in the loop as they give you a new seat or anything. I have a company behind you with the flow time.
All right, we got that 777 in now rolling down.
So problem by that I'm gonna have to make sure that's left hand.
Alright, no problem.
Anybody even get off that plane? That's a good question.
412 Heavy, LA ground velocity. Standing by, and just for your planning, I think you have to push tail east all the way east of Charlie 7.
Yeah, they stuff that down east all the way northwest.
412 Heavy, just stand by. There's traffic like that corner gate on the other side, then I'll get you pushed.
Copy that, standing by.
Yonder. The $5 super chassis, rest in peace. It's definitely an end of an era. Been a lot of that lately, huh?
412 Heavy, push tail east on Charlie, east of Charlie 7, all the way.
Okay, clear to push on Charlie South.
W Banana Boy with a $5 super chassis. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel the Spirit thing is so sudden. Well, no, I mean it's been on the verge of collapse for many weeks and months, and yeah, it's been dying a slow death for quite some time.
You know what? They were having a meeting down there because it's the first time pushing off the gate.
All right, I'm going to take you to the north side one last time at Cathay. 777-300ER coming in from Hong Kong on the One World livery flight 880. Boy back with a $2 super chat. Says definitely sad. It definitely is. Definitely is. All right, I'm gonna have to get out of here because we're coming up to 10 o'clock and technically can't be in here past 10 at the park. So I'm gonna have to call it, you guys. I'll give a shout out to our Emerald and Diamond members before we head off here. one ending. Again, all reports are indicating that that is right there, the very last Spirit flight in here to LAX ever captured here live on Airline Videos Live. Thanks you guys for being with me here on the moment like this, sharing history. That's what we do best here on Airline Videos Live, documenting aviation history the best we can here at whatever airport we're at, but definitely here at LAX, all sharing the experience here together. That's what live streaming at airports is all about, right? All right. I will be back here at an Imperial Hill bright and early at 8 a.m. on Sunday for the big Sunday show. I'll be Mr. Weatherman again on Sunday. Hopefully you guys will come and join me. Again, 8 a.m. Pacific. 8 a.m. Pacific, so 2 hours earlier than our normal start time as we head back to our old start time at 8 a.m. here on Airline Videos Live. Thanks you guys for your awesome support as always. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for your great mods. Always doing a great job as well. And we'll see you in just a few days for the big Sunday show starting at 8 a.m. Pacific. Rest in peace, spirits. You had a good run. Made a few mistakes, like we always all do, but sad. All right, we'll see you guys all on Sunday for the big Sunday show. We'll see you guys 8 a.m. Pacific for our next show here on Airline Videos Live. Good night, everyone. Goodbye, Spirit.
20 minutes.